Good afternoon to our listeners on Parliament Radio 105.5 FM, our viewers on the Parliament channel, and those of you joining us via the World Wide Web on the Parliament's website, www.ttparliament.org. We are just over 1 minute away from the start of today's sitting of the House of Representatives. This will be the 16th sitting of the House since the Parliament began in September of 2015. Private members' business takes precedence today. There's some 2 urgent questions, 8 questions to be asked during Prime Minister's question time, and 12 questions for oral answer. Debate is also expected on a private motion by the Member of Parliament for Tabaquite. And that motion centers around dealing with children with attention deficit disorder. The doors to the chamber are open. Let's go over to the chamber for the start of the proceedings. We welcome you to the 16th sitting of the House in the first session of the 11th Parliament that takes place on Friday, February 26th, 2016.
Almighty God, we give thanks to you, the Creator of the universe, and humbly beseech you to direct and prosper the deliberations of the members of this House here assembled for the advancement of your glory and the trust and welfare of the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Grant that peace and happiness, truth and justice may be established among us for all generations. Amen, Amen, Namaste.
Oath or affirmation, announcements by the Speaker.
Honorable members, Honorable Camille Robinson Regis, MP, Member for Aruka Maloney, and Honorable Shamfa Kajo, MP, Member for Tobago West, have asked to be excused from today's sitting of the House. The leave which the members seek is granted.
Bills brought from the Senate, petitions, papers, reports from committees.
The member for Laventille East, Mover.
Madam Speaker, I wish to present the following report. The first report of the Joint Select Committee on Government Assurances.
Member for Diego Martin Northeast.
Madam Speaker, I wish to present the following report. The report of the Joint Select Committee on the Public Procurement and Disposal of Public Property Amendment Bill 2050. Madam Speaker, may I ask for a deferral of the next item on the order paper?
What is that?
I expect the Prime Minister to arrive imminently.
You can answer.
You could answer all the questions.
Honorable members, the item Prime Minister's questions will be deferred until after the item of questions.
Urgent questions.
The member for Chaguanas East.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, urgent question to the Honourable Minister of Education. Given the recent increased reports of school violence, could the Minister indicate what measures are being implemented to address security in secondary schools throughout the country?
Madam Speaker, a number of measures have been put in place to ensure that those who operate in the school system are safe. We have, in many of our schools, increased the number of MTS guards. We have been working closely with the Ministry of National Security and the police. We have ensured that our perimeter fencing has been secured in many of our schools. We have assigned the deans in our schools the additional responsibility to do patrols so that our students would know when they are supposed to be in classes and that they will not be outside. Madam Speaker, these are some of the issues that we have dealt with to ensure that our schools are safe.
Member for Tabaquite.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. To the Minister of Works and Transport, given the recent fatal accident on the highway, can the Minister indicate whether the government intends to complete the installation of cable barriers on the country's major highways?
Madam Speaker, my colleagues on the other side are nothing less than reckless and ridiculous. Cable barriers? Madam Speaker, the Traffic Management Branch.
Members, may we have some order, please?
The Traffic Management Branch of the Ministry of Works and Transport began to erect those barriers. 3 projects were determined between Chaguanas. Thank you.
The member for Caroni East.
48-4 on the standing order, Madam Speaker. I draw it to your attention.
Should I deal with it?
Honorable members, I do not hold that it's offensive or insulting. Please continue.
3 projects were identified to complete those barriers between Chaguanas and Golconda, between Caroni and Golconda. However, the member for Tabaquite, as Minister of Works and Infrastructure, pulled back phase 2 of that project, and he wired the money to pave back roads in those constituencies in the run-up to the elections. Interestingly enough, Madam Speaker, the fatality of which he spoke took place in the very area where that project was withdrawn. And yes, this government intends to do it for the benefit and the safety of the people of Trinidad and Tobago.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to know from the Minister whether he's prepared to bring to this Parliament evidence of where that money he said was wired.
I have such evidence, and we don't speak out of turn. I have such evidence and will produce it at first opportunity. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Questions on notice, questions for oral answer.
Madam Speaker, just for purposes of this House, how long the deferral of the Prime Minister's questions going to be? At what stage of today's sitting are we going to have Prime Minister's questions?
Honorable member, I indicated that we would take the Prime Ministerial questions after questions on notice.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Really, there's no need for all of this misbehavior on the other side. The government is very pleased to announce, Madam Speaker, that we are in a position to answer every single question on the order.
Member for Barataria Sano.
Madam Speaker, question number 42, in the absence of the Minister of Work, of the member for Barataria, to the Minister of Works and Transport.
Minister of Works and Transport.
Thank you very much. Which question? Which question did the member want us to answer? Madam President, Madam Speaker, daily surveys of the travel times collected since the revocation of the use of the priority bus route by private motor vehicles carrying 3 persons or more on Mondays to Fridays during the hours of 4 a.m. to 6 a.m. and 8:30 a.m. to 3 p.m. compares similarly to travel times surveyed before the revocation, gleaned from the Churchill-Roosevelt Highway, Uriah Butler Highway interchange to Port of Spain, our main corridor to and from Port of Spain during peak periods. For example, the Churchill-Roosevelt Highway, Uriah Butler Highway interchange to Port of Spain in the peak morning period measures an average of about 30 minutes. It must be noted that during the height of the morning peak period, i.e. 7:30 a.m., and the evening peak hour, that is to say 4:15 p.m., the priority bus route was not allowed to be used by motorists under the experimental scheme that I revoked recently. As such, the revocation did not have any adverse impact on travel times along the main corridor to and from Port of Spain. At present, reports have been coming fluently, Madam Speaker, from the Maxi Taxi Association and the Public Transport Service Corporation of the efficiency of the priority bus route since the revocation of the experimental scheme. They are reporting that their turnaround times have improved significantly since such revocation. Our national investment in road construction to date has largely been geared towards improving the commute times for private motorized transportation. In respect of public transportation, very little was achieved to improve commute times for public transportation users who are deemed to be more socially vulnerable. Any attempt to enhance improvements in commute times on the priority bus route is indeed a move in the right direction, since this route was designed for higher occupancy vehicles, for example, 25-seater maxi taxis and PTSC buses. Madam Speaker, such use of the priority bus route was only experimental. In the event, this experiment by the last government had no measurable or significant positive impact on travel times during the peak periods, and as such, any claim by my friends on the other side that the revocation of its use in the aforementioned experimental scheme is completely, totally misguided. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Member for Barataria Sanwan.
Madam Speaker, on behalf of the member for Barataria San Juan, question number 43 to the Minister of Health.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, before I start, on behalf of the government and people on this side, I would like to welcome the students of the Pacific Lutheran University and the St. Lawrence University who are here on a study trip, and on behalf of everyone. Madam Speaker, the answer to Part A, the Women's and Outpatient Clinic at Mount Hope, is scheduled for opening by the end of April 2016. The answer to Part B, the position of Director of Women's Health was approved by the Cabinet on January 28, 2016. Barring unforeseen circumstances, it is expected that this position can be filled within 2 months.
Member for Oropuch West.
Thank you, Madam. Question 46 to the Minister of National Security.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, honorable members are advised that in accordance with the nation's endorsement of the United Nations Security Council Resolution 2178, the government of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago has complied with its international legal obligations by instituting monitoring and oversight mechanisms and surveillance measures to prevent international terrorist suspects from returning to Trinidad and Tobago. Honorable members, this approach is consistent with international law and the Anti-Terrorism Act 2005, Section 22B, 23, and 24. Some of the measures instituted by the government of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago include the use of the Advanced Passenger Information System to detect travel of United Nations listed terrorists. We are presently evaluating effective border control technology, such as biometric, facial recognition, and automated fingerprint identification system for installation at the 2 international airports. Currently enhancing the detection of fraudulent, stolen, or forged documents. Evaluating the level of threat posed to Trinidad and Tobago, and formulating protocols with the aim of managing the return processes. Part B, the Ministry of National Security continues to embark on several initiatives aimed at strengthening border management and the intelligence mechanism. These include establishment of a joint border protection agency, restructuring of the intelligence agency, upgrading existing database to allow agencies to monitor persons. The intelligence service conducts surveillance on suspected terrorists for the purpose of observing activities of security concerns. Presently, the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service are engaging our international partners to gather and to develop the international database. Madam Speaker.
Member for Caroni East.
Question number 42 to the Honorable Minister of Education. 47. 47.
Madam Speaker, the government of Trinidad and Tobago continues to place top priority on the development of the country's human resource capital as the vehicle for attaining sustainable growth and development. My ministry acknowledges the significant role of information and communication technology, ICT, in the teaching and learning process, and the need for the implementation of sustainable strategies for the use of computers, including laptops, and the supportive tools to improve the quality of teaching and learning. Madam Speaker, as I indicated in my previous response to the Honourable Member for Caroni East, several factors have mitigated against the effective use of laptops. These include A, inadequate training of teachers, B, insufficient laptops for use by teachers, C, limited or no internet access in most schools, D, large number of non-functional laptops, and E, lack of storage and security for laptops in schools. Further, given that research conducted both locally and internationally indicates that laptop programs had little or no impact on students' academic performance, my government thought it prudent to review the program and engage stakeholders in determining the way forward. Madam Speaker, I am pleased to indicate to this Honourable House that following the National Consultation Education with all stakeholders, which was held recently, a report with recommendations will be prepared and forwarded to Cabinet. Thank you.
Member for Caroni East.
Is the Minister aware, based on his answer, that nearly 6,000 teachers have been trained with ICT in education, and close to 5,000 laptops have been given to teachers from forms 1 to 4 over our period of time, and that there are over 123 secondary schools have internet connectivity up to 25 megabytes. Are you aware of that, Honourable Minister?
Madam Speaker, the Honourable Member for Caroni East is wont to quoting statistics. And while he might be correct in stating that there are a number of laptops in the system, most of those laptops are not in operation. And this is simply because of two reasons. One is the poor quality of the laptops, and secondly, the overpricing of those laptops. Thank you very much.
Member for Kamuto Mansanilla.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Supplemental question, just to find out, the laptops that are not working, are there any IT technicians available on, to repair them?
150 ICT technicians.
That question, I'll take that as a fresh question. Member for Caroni East.
Is the minister aware that there had been a study at the Ministry of Education which gave the answer to how many laptops are not working, and the answer is out of the 95,000 laptops that had been distributed. Are you aware that about 15,000 of these needed to have work done? Are you aware of that in the ministry?
Madam Speaker, I am aware that the great majority of laptops in the system are not working. And I don't think I need to repeat that. They are not working.
Sit down like
What are you doing? Would the Honourable Minister indicate what he is prepared to do about those laptops that are not functioning?
Rubbish. After 6 months.
After 6 months.
Vote out the laptop.
Madam Speaker, I indicated just now that the laptops are of poor quality, and there is not much you can do with those poor quality laptops.
Just like cast them aside.
The four supplemental questions have been exhausted, member. No, member, please. I now recognize the member for Couva South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. To the Minister of Labour and Enterprise Development, could the Minister state the number of persons who are retrenched or terminated in public and private sectors since the 7th of September 2015 to present?
And Small and Enterprise Development.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. The government of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago remains committed to protecting jobs and creating employment in our official policy framework. Our concern is that retrenchment does not become the norm. Madam Speaker, it should be noted that it is difficult at this time to state the actual number of persons who were retrenched or terminated in the public and private sectors from September 7, 2015 to present. However, Madam Speaker, I can share the following information with this Honorable House. 846 workers were identified in retrenchment notices submitted to the Minister of Labour and Small Enterprise Development in accordance with the Retrenchment and Severance Benefits Act, Chapter 8813. Those companies, Madam Speaker, there are 27 in all, totaling 846. And for the information, I will quickly go through the list, Madam Speaker, if time allows me to, without interruptions. Alston Building Enterprises Limited, 6 workers. Anthony P. Scott Company Limited, 25 workers. BP Trinidad and Tobago, 7 workers. Brickforce Limited, 28 workers. Bristol Caribbean Limited, 13 workers. Columbus Communications Limited, 19 workers. Construction, OAS, 317 workers. Crown Packaging Trinidad Limited, 16 workers. Fair Chance Racing Service 2006, 39 workers. Goodwood Racing Service, 15 workers. Caterserve Limited, 14 workers. Kenston Operational Services Limited, 12 workers. Metal Designs and Concept Limited, MD CAM, 6 workers. Methanex Trinidad Limited, 5 workers. OCM Group Executive Corporate Services, that is Trinidad Express Newspaper, 42 workers. Royal Bank, RBC Royal Bank, Trinidad and Tobago Limited, 95 workers. Regency Recruitment and Resources for Repsol, 15 workers. Scotiabank Trinidad and Tobago Limited, 35 workers. Superior Energy Services Trinidad Limited, 10 workers. Tissues Limited, 10 workers. Trinity Exploration and Production Services Limited, 48 workers. Trinsule 2 Caribbean Limited, 12 workers. University of Southern Caribbean, 37 workers. Weathersform Trinidad Limited, 17 workers. Madam Speaker, we are confident, the government is confident that the creativity for which we are renowned can be tapped as the various parties continue to work together. Madam Speaker, continue to work together to arrive at solutions that will benefit the interests of employer, worker, and the state. However, we, the government, we are advising employers that one worker losing his or her job is too many. Notwithstanding, during the process, efforts should be made to minimize the number of jobs lost. Madam Speaker, I wish to also advise that it should be noted that there is no requirement for employers to give formal notice of termination to each worker involved once the employer is retrenching less than 5 workers. As a consequence, therefore, Madam Speaker, it is difficult for me to state how many workers were retrenched because once it is under 5, the employers do not have a legal requirement and can therefore operate under the radar. I thank you.
Member for Shogunas West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In light of this, the statement made by the Minister, so it is therefore the numbers are much larger than less. No.
Madam Speaker, indeed, I have to agree with the member for Shogunas West. It may be larger, the number may be larger, but as Minister of Labour, I am not in a position to say because of the legal requirement that once an employer retrenches 5 or more workers, that employer must report that retrenchment to the Minister of Labour.
For South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I don't know if I missed it. The figure that was pronounced by the Minister does that take into consideration the workers who are retrenched at Centrin? And secondly, given...
Limited to one question. Please ask the question.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would want to advise my very good friend, indeed, that Centrin workers will retrench. Their retrenchment is of recent vintage. The question, when the question was filed, such an activity was not considered.
Member for Shogunas West.
Shogunas West. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Has the Minister done a similar exercise as you have done for the private sector, for the public sector?
Madam Speaker, as a matter of fact, that investigation is underway because of a specific question filed by one of the Member of Parliament on the opposition side. That information is being collated.
Member for Couva South.
Madam Speaker, could the Minister advise this House if the ministry that she heads is involved in any initiative to bring some kind of assistance or relief to the retrenched workers that she has so provided in terms of the numbers?
I will allow that as a supplemental question. Member for Caroni East.
Does your figure at all have anything about the workers from ArcelorMittal, the 400 plus?
Madam Speaker, at this point in time, the workers of ArcelorMittal, they are on a temporary layoff. They have not been retrenched, to my knowledge.
Member for Tabaquite.
Question number 50 to the Minister of Rural Development and Local Government.
Madam Speaker, the contracts of litter wardens have expired. Therefore, the question of termination does not arise. Accordingly, advertisements for the contract positions of litter wardens were placed in the newspaper on February 10th, 12th, and 15th, 2016, and posted on the website of the Ministry of Rural Development and Local Government. Upon receipt of the applications, the customary transparent interview and evaluation process will be conducted, following which all vacancies, and I repeat, all vacancies of litter wardens will be filled.
Member for Tabaquite.
51 to the Minister of Works and Transport.
Minister of Works and Transport.
Thank you very warmly, Madam Speaker. Requests for payment made by contractors of and to the Ministry of Works and Transport for work done prior to the general election of September the 7th, 2015 are currently being audited to determine their legitimacy. All legitimate payments will be made as soon as these audits are complete, of course, subject to the availability of cash in order to do so. Well put it. I want you to discuss the cash now. Let's talk.
Member for Caroni Central.
Speaker, question number 52 to the Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. As previously stated, the Couva Hospital will be fully commissioned after all design and construction defects that are likely to affect the proper functioning of the hospital are remedied, and all issues relating to staffing, equipping, outfitting, and operation of this facility are resolved. Honorable members should note that this facility was hastily constructed without the in-depth planning required for its day-to-day operations, and without regard for the human and material resources required to operate a complex healthcare facility of this type. As such, Madam Speaker, it will be irresponsible of the government to attempt to operationalize this facility without conducting the required due diligence. Madam Speaker, this fact is underscored by the recent collapse of the ring road around the hospital. Notwithstanding these facts, honorable members are assured that it is this government's intention to operationalize this facility as soon as it is practicable, and in this respect, the ministry is currently exploring all available options, including public-private partnerships. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Member for Faisaba.
One question.
Member for Caroni Central.
Yeah, just one question. Is that likely to be within the year 2016?
Health.
Madam Speaker, I am referring to a photograph of a plaque that the last administration put up, and I will read what is said on that plaque. In commemoration of the commissioning of the Couva Children's Hospital on Friday, 14th August 2015, let me repeat, your past Prime Minister commissioned the hospital, according to this, on August 14, 2015, and I'm sure, honorable member, you were there. I am sure all of you were there for the commissioning of the hospital. What does commissioning mean, my friend? Commissioning means that all equipment has been placed, tested, all policies, procedures put in place and tested, and the place is fit and ready for use. That is what, with staff, with a budget, but you commissioned it on August the 14th, 2015, and you have the temerity and the gall to ask me today about when I am going to commission what you commission. What type of doublespeak is this? You commissioned the thing on August 14, 2015, and you have the gall to come to the Parliament to ask us when we are going to commission it.
You have no Madam Speaker.
Member for Caroni Central.
In my follow-up question to him, I never used the word commission. I asked him.
Members, please, may we have some others who can hear the question, please?
The question is what you said about making the hospital operational likely to be done in the year 2016? It's a simple question.
Doesn't commissioning which you did on August 14, 2015 need that? What are you asking? You commissioned the thing in August 2015. There's a plaque by the Honorable, and do you know who commissioned it?
Members. I recognize the Minister of Health.
And let me go on with what the plaque says. After it was commissioned, no, I didn't read this part. It was commissioned by Mrs. Kamla. It was commissioned.
Members. There are certain standing orders which I expect by now we are all familiar with. If members wish to raise an objection, a point of order, it is done in a particular way. Minister of Health.
Answer. May I finish the answer?
When?
And it was commissioned by the Honorable Mrs. Kamla Prasad Bisesa, MP, SC, Prime Minister of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago.
I have no idea. Clueless.
Member for Faisabad.
Madam Speaker, question number 53 to the Minister of Works and Transport.
Minister of Works and Transport.
Thank you yet again, Madam Speaker. In answer to question number 53, Part A, the final route alignment of the Point Fortin Highway is under review. Part B, the retention of the contractor OAS for the completion of the highway is also under review. Part C, there are no payments outstanding to OAS. The most recent payment certificate was negative, meaning that OAS has been to date overpaid. Part D, in view of the answer that I have just given in respect of Part C, this question of Part D is now ocious. Part E, there is no privity of contract between NIDCO and the local contractors hired by OAS. As such, OAS has full responsibility for those payments. Thank you very warmly, Madam Speaker.
Member for Faisabad.
As the Minister would be aware, Madam Speaker, the highway has reached up to the point of Mondesi. So in light of that, I was wondering if I could have some further light on that.
Member for Faisabad, I haven't heard the question. Please, I'm sorry.
The question, Madam Speaker, would be what would be the plan in terms of the highway continuing from that point, from Mondesi?
Does it tend towards being a different question, but it appears as though the member did not hear my answer at Part A. Let me repeat. The final route alignment of the highway is under review.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to know, in the light of that statement, whether in fact the highway that was going from Debe right on to Mondesi is that the section he's saying that's under review? That is from Penal to through Superior to Faisabad and to Mondesi. Is that section not likely to be continued again?
It's not time wasting a breach of the standing orders. I have said that the future of the route is under review.
Member for Shogunas East.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Question 56 to the Minister of National Security.
Minister of National Security.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Honourable members are informed that the mandate of the Community Policing Unit of East Division of the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service already requires them to conduct patrols to schools in their districts, a practice that has been done, is being done, and will continue so to be. In addition to patrols, community policing officers also visit schools and engage students via lectures and discussions. The Community Policing Secretariat, under the ambit of the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service, is pursuing a comprehensive approach to community policing in 2016 and beyond. Some of the key activities currently being undertaken by the divisional community policing units and which are laid out in the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service 2016 operation plan include structuring and expanding the primary school support project to a targeted number of schools in each police geographical division, strengthening the school support system by assigning one police officer to each selected secondary school who will act as a liaison officer, continuing the school intervention program, which includes an expansion of the anti-bullying campaign. Honourable members can rest assured that the community policing officers, and by extension, the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service, will continue to fulfill their obligation to communities and the population at large by collaborating with educational organizations to improve relationship with youths in the community. To this end, officers will continue to visit and patrol not just secondary schools, but preschools, primary schools, and tertiary level institutions throughout Trinidad and Tobago, Madam Speaker.
Member for Shogunas.
Supplementary question. Honourable Minister, might you be able to indicate to us, on average, how many visits are made to a secondary school per month?
Madam Speaker, I'm unable to give you an answer at this point in time.
Member for Shogunas East.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Question number 57 to the Honourable Minister of Education.
Minister of Education.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. There are 260 guidance officers, counsellors, providing services in our schools, with one permanently employed officer assigned per school at the secondary level, and one officer supporting 4 primary schools on a weekly basis. A complement of 134 social workers provide service at a ratio of 1 officer to 5 schools at both the primary and the secondary levels. These officers visit schools once per fortnight on a regular basis on referrals by schools and can be accessed easily by way of telephone when the need arises. A complement of 197 staff members provides support for students with special education needs in areas such as screening, assessment, and alternative intervention strategies on a referral basis. Thank you.
Member for Kamuto Mantinilla.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Supplemental question. Do you have these guidance counselors also involved in counseling the parents and the home as well of the child?
Yes, I'm happy to respond to that question. Yes, our Student Support Services Division of the Ministry of Education provides counseling for parents. That intervention is ongoing. So parents are invited to come to the schools, or in some cases, these officers visit the homes and provide the necessary counseling. Thank you.
Member for Shogunas East.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Question number 58 to the Honourable Minister of Education.
Minister of Education.
Thank you very much once again, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, there are not sufficient deans of discipline within the secondary schools based on student population. Cabinet Minute 2155, dated September the 22nd, 1999. Cabinet Minute 2501, dated September the 9th, 2004. And the Cabinet Minute 2601, dated October the 6th, 2008, agreed to the establishment of 577 positions of deans in the secondary schools, and the 20 in Trinidad and 28 positions in Tobago. However, based on the ratio agreed upon, 1 dean to 200 students, 42 of our secondary schools are adequately staffed, while there are 245 vacancies existing in 83 secondary schools in Trinidad. In Tobago, there are 13 vacancies in 5 of the 9 secondary schools. To address this issue, the position of Dean Secondary has been recently advertised, and the closing date for applications is March 24th, 2016. This measure is expected to address inconsistencies in the allocation of deans per school. It is envisaged that the interviews for this position will be completed in June 2016, and the vacancies will be filled shortly thereafter. Thank you very much.
Supplemental. Yeah. Would the minister indicate whether, when you advertise for these vacancies to be filled, whether that list and the interview process has to be done by the Teaching Service Commission before these positions are filled? And if so, how long do you envisage?
One question, please.
All right, sure.
Minister of Education.
Madam Speaker, it amazes me that the member for Caroni East would ask such a question, bearing in mind the portfolio that he held before. All interviews must be conducted by the Teaching Service Commission. The gentleman from Caroni East is supposed to know that. I don't know if he's having a senior moment this evening.
Madam, yes, we are aware, but I wanted you to tell the House and the population, are you going to fill are the positions going to be filled, as you said, by June 2016? Because they have to go to the Teaching Service Commission and they will not be filled.
What's the question, please, member?
Is he confident, or does he know whether these positions will be filled by June 2016, as he indicated? Having, as he mentioned, it having to go to the Teaching Service Commission?
Member, it appears that the question says there's an answer. Your very question says there's an answer. I won't allow it. Chantal.
Speaking for
As indicated, the intention was to take Prime Minister's questions at this time. May I call on the Leader of the House?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Prime Minister. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Prime Minister has been unavoidably detained attending a funeral of a departed legislator. I would ask that discussions take place between myself and the opposition chief whip in order to allow these questions to be addressed at a suitable period later on in the proceedings.
Member for Chaguanas West.
Madam Speaker, in accordance with the standing orders, Prime Minister's questions is the second sitting of for the month. This is the second sitting. Nothing ought to take priority over that, and that therefore the Prime Minister, notwithstanding his other obligations, has a parliamentary obligation to answer questions in accordance with the standing orders every month. And I don't have the funeral agenda, nor the wedding agenda of the Prime Minister. But what I can say is that the standing orders provide for Prime Minister's question time on his second sitting at a particular time. It was deferred without debate, and we agreed to that. But now we are ready to ask the Prime Minister question, because today is Private Members' Day.
Honourable Member for Shogunas West, it is quite evident that the person of the Prime Minister is not present, and therefore I would determine at this stage that that matter be deferred further until the Prime Minister reaches. I think it's an important part of today's sitting, and that the Prime Minister, from what has been said, is prepared to come and face the questions. Continue.
Requests for leave to move the adjournment of the House on definite matters of urgent public importance.
Member for Caroni Central.
Madam Speaker, in accordance with the provisions of Standing Order 17, I hereby seek leave from you, Honourable Speaker, to move the adjournment of the House for the purpose of raising the following definite matter of urgent public importance later in the proceedings. And the issue is the failure of the government to disclose to the public the recent Petrotrin oil spill in Labre. The matter is definite because in a newspaper report of Thursday, February 25, 2016, a Petrotrin official confirmed that on February 11, 2016, a leak in a Petrotrin pipeline was the cause of an oil spill in the vicinity of the riser platform, number 1, main field, Labre. The matter is urgent because of the widespread public impact, which might include the entire existing community in close proximity and the many fisherfolk whose livelihoods might be negatively affected by the oil spill. The matter is also urgent because of the likely widespread adverse effect on the ecological environment of the entire southwestern peninsula. It is of public importance because the government failed in its duty to bring such a critical matter to the public's attention. Further, this non-disclosure of the matter has contradicted the government's stated commitment to openness, transparency, and accountability to the country.
Honourable members, I am not satisfied that this matter qualifies under this standing order. I advise that the member pursue this matter under Standing Order 16.
Statements by ministers.
The Honourable Member, the Honourable Minister of Housing and Urban Development.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have been authorized by the Cabinet to make the following statement outlining of the new policy initiatives for the construction of affordable homes by the Housing Development Corporation, the HDC. The Ministry of Housing and Urban Development is key to stimulation and diversification of the economy, and more specifically, the construction of affordable housing for those in need. Under the last administration, the private sector had stopped constructing homes. The agency tried to fill the gap left by this sector without success. We will re-energize the sector and continue what past PNM administrations have done, which is the provision of affordable housing. The PNM has been at the forefront of every initiative in public housing in this country since 1956. The National Housing Authority, the NHA, was established in 1962 by the then PNM government to cater for the demand for affordable housing by constructing single and multi-family units in large-scale housing developments for the lower and middle-income groups. During the period 1962 to 1986, the NHA delivered an estimated 25,000 units at an approximate cost of $32,000 at a total cost to the state of $800 million. After the change of government in 1986, over the period 1986 to 1991, because of the different philosophy and approach of public housing of the then NAR government, there was a policy shift from housing construction and towards the provision of service lots. As a result, only a handful of housing units were constructed during the NAR period. When the PNM returned to government in 1991, the NHA resumed construction of houses, but this effort was once again stymied under the UNC administration of 1995 to 2001, when the focus shifted away again from housing construction to land development. When the government changed again in 2001, the incoming PNM government revived the NHA and housing construction resumed. In order to better execute its mandate, the NHA was subsequently transformed into the agency, which focused on 1, project management of new housing construction, 2, facility management of its existing rental and new stock. The agency then developed and implemented the New Way Home Housing Program, which yielded approximately 15,746 housing units at an estimated unit price of $351,539, which cost the state roughly $5,535,332,548. In comparison, during the 2010 to 2015 period under the PP government, the agency produced only 3,890 units with an estimated unit cost of $1,388,179, almost 4 times the unit cost of a housing unit under the PNM government from 2001 to 2010. The overall cost to the state over the last 5 years was around $5,400,017,071. The state, Madam Speaker, cannot sustain this level of funding for the housing sector due to the current economic downturn, nor can it continue to pay inflated prices for housing. Moreover, the agency continues to face challenges in satisfying the increasing demand for housing. The government has adopted a new prescriptive approach, a new paradigm shift in the construction industry, which is a public-private sector partnership approach. To operationalize these new initiatives, certain steps will be taken by the ADHD. 1, we will invite expressions of interest. An invitation would be extended to the private sector, that's land developers and contractors, for their involvement in the government's housing program. The objective is to harness the large sums of money available in the private sector by encouraging private individuals with access to funds to invest in the housing program, which will result in a greater earning on their investment. 2, to assess area or sites offered for development. The agency will assess the suitability of both state and private lands for housing development. 3, identification of applicants for mortgages. The agency will review and identify its housing application database to identify applicants who are willing and able to sustain a mortgage. The selected applicants will then be referred to the TTMF or Home Mortgage Bank for pre-qualification of mortgage loans. 4, the provision of model houses. The contractors or developers will make available models of various house types for display. The contractors or developers will be invited to competitively bid using the HDC's conceptual designs as a guide. 5, ensuring in fairness in pricing arrangements. The agency will ensure that the pricing arrangements with contractors or developers will be undertaken in a manner to achieve value for money through competition and fairness within the program. 6, provision of oversight services. The agency will provide oversight services to monitor all steps of the housing community construction. 7, ensuring that contractors and developers are paid upon completion of the projects. The agency will ensure that contractors and developers are paid from the housing program pool of mortgage funds upon completion of their projects. Finalization of payments will be made within 2 months of the submission of the completion certificate of the project. 8, ensuring the submission of completion certificates and titles by developers. The agency will ensure that proper title for the properties and completion certificates are produced by the developers at the handover of keys to previously identified applicants who have pre-qualified for the program. 9, ensuring the execution of mortgages. The agency will ensure that new home owners execute their respective mortgages in a timely manner to ensure continuity of the program. Steps to be taken by the TTMF or the Home Mortgage Bank. 1, the TTMF will begin the pre-qualification process with the applicants who have been selected from the HDC's database. 2, they will collect initial deposit as required for mortgage loans from pre-qualified applicants. And 3, they will finalize payment for houses with land developer contractors within 2 months of submission of the completion certificate or a certificate of practical completion. This approach, Madam Speaker, will foster the development of smaller housing communities where private sector lands can be identified for housing development. It will address the agency's applicants' requests for homes in specific areas. It will stimulate the economy, something which the last regime failed to actualize during the last 5 years. It will generate ripple effects throughout the economy through the multiplier effect, especially in terms of job creation and revenue. Companies of all sizes will indirectly or directly derive business from the construction industry. And finally, Madam Speaker, of paramount importance is that the funding for this project will be provided via the private sector, thus reducing the burden on the public purse. This is the way forward, Madam Speaker.
Personal explanations, introduction of bills, motions relating to the business or sittings of the House and moved by a minister, public business, private business, motions.
Member for Tabaquite.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I beg to move the following motion standing in my name. Whereas it has been widely acknowledged internationally and or locally that approximately 8 to 10% of children and adults suffer from attention deficit disorder, what is called ADD in short, or attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, ADHD. And whereas lack of diagnosis results in such children in preschools, primary and secondary schools being described as unmanageable, impetuous, and possessing bad behavior. And whereas the interventions into such dysfunctional behavior can be described to be less than successful, be it resolved that the Ministry of Education initiate a program in schools to identify children with ADD and ADHD. Secondly, train teachers to manage such students in the classroom. And thirdly, implement a long-term strategy in schools to assist children so identified. Madam Speaker, this motion has aroused the curiosity of members of the House and as well of parents and teachers and the public. In fact, in preparation for this motion, and also to get information and opinions from members of the public, I posted this motion on Monday night on my Facebook page. And as at yesterday afternoon, 6,500 plus persons had been reached, and a number of them who had commented on this motion. But not only on this motion regarding ADHD, but they raised issues about autism and about other disabilities and problems that confront children in our primary, secondary schools, and as well as in the pre-primary schools. Madam Speaker, certainly they didn't agree that the children were monsters, but they really were trying to find out what are the causes of these behaviors, and that is what I'm about here this afternoon. Madam Speaker, the motion also comes at a time when the educational stakeholders are locked in consultations about education, about curriculum, about the system, and are searching for solutions, including solutions to the very vexing issue of school violence. And the question has to be asked, what is there that is frustrating students to such an extent in the school system that is promoting or encouraging the states of violence? Madam Speaker, you'll be very much aware of what is called the fight or flight syndrome, and that confronted with problems that create frustration, where people cannot deal with these problems, not only adults, but young people and children, it is shown by research, engage in fight or flight. And therefore, we have to go beyond the average discussion that is taking place about violence in schools, and to look more deeply into some of the causative factors about violence. You know, it's very interesting that there are several articles in the newspapers, and today there's a quotation in the Trinidad Guardian newspaper on the editorial page, I believe it is editorial, which says that training should be provided to all primary and secondary school staff, as well as parents and other stakeholders, about how gangs develop and how to respond to them. And I will show in my presentation that there's a high possibility, given the characteristics of ADD, ADHD children, that they can gravitate to gangs because of the search for improving their self-esteem. And the editorial continues, de-escalating the violence may require other initiatives, such as introducing staggered school closing times to prevent clashes between rival gangs, and shorter lunch breaks to limit the free time which provide opportunities for outbreaks of violence. And I thought that, you know, this was so, it wasn't the kind of solutions I think that the country is looking for, limiting the break time. It doesn't deal with the causative factors of violence. It doesn't look beyond that. But what is even more interesting, Madam Speaker, is that in preparation for this debate, I sent out several requests by email to institutions and persons in this country whom I thought would have knowledge about ADD, or it's more called ADHD, so I'll refer to it as ADHD, Attention Deficit Hyperactivity Disorder, including the Department of Faculty of Education at the University of the West Indies. And the response I got from there is that we will see if any student has done any research on this. Madam Speaker, I contacted, and I wouldn't call the names of the persons I contacted, but this is a very interesting comment I got from this person. And it says as follows: we conducted an extensive review of adolescent health in the Caribbean up to 2005. And up till then, there was no significant mention of ADHD in that population. 2005. 10 years have gone after that. And this person continued, you will need to speak with a doctor here at psychiatry and another one at child health. They have worked at a child development clinic at the Eric Williams complex for many years. They have the best experience of these conditions. And if data is not available, it will be worthwhile to conduct a survey of the school population to determine the burden of the problem and estimate the resources required. Madam Speaker, what is interesting? Another one, and I really wish I could have identified the institution. I'm protecting the institution. I wouldn't do that. But I can provide this to you personally if you wish. Thank you for getting in touch. Unfortunately, I'm not aware of any research done in this area in social sciences. it might be more likely to find information in clinical psychology. And then I contacted the people there, and there was nothing, Madam Speaker. What is even worse is that I spoke to certain psychologists and parents who are taking their children to these psychologists, and I discovered that some of these psychologists are probably giving out medication like Ritalin and Strattera and other kinds of medication, but they have not done a proper assessment using the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorder, which is used, 5, which is used in the United States to determine children with this behavioral condition. And we are dealing here with something that cannot really be identified by some kind of blood test, but really by behavioral observations and certain other kinds of tests that have to be done. Madam Speaker, the prevalence of violence in our schools, bullying, gangs, children with criminal records, and a sense of indiscipline and disrespect bordering on lawlessness is a cause for great concern. And I do not intend for one moment this afternoon to suggest that all of these matters of indiscipline and negative behaviors are due to ADHD. That is not what I'm saying. The literature is replete, though, with case studies and behavioral research which identifies a multiplicity of factors contributing to what we are experiencing. What is important for me, and should be important for all of us, is to acknowledge the existence of a serious problem of what is becoming another lost generation, and move with dispatch to implement solutions which will stem the tide in the short run and bring back a sense of sanity and be sustainable in the long run. Madam Speaker, it is my intention to show why this debate here is important and to show the possible impacts which persons with ADHD are having on the society, including crime, including the economy, and including workplace dysfunctions. Because ADD and ADHD is not limited to children. You can find ADD and ADHD in adults also. And adults can be very disruptive in their workplaces when they're not aware of this condition called ADD. Madam Speaker, I will later in my presentation focus on what the global statistics are for the number of people who have ADD or ADHD, and try to show how that might fit into the Trinidad situation. But one psychiatrist who sees a lot of children told me that she believes that it is as high as 15% of the school population that may have this condition called ADHD. I know that my colleague on the other side will be tempted in their political glory to ask what did we do about this matter when we were in office. Well, my colleague Dr. Gopeesingh will speak to this matter of what was done and what we attempted to do. But I am deeply concerned that in our classrooms, on a daily basis, there are children who are falling through the cracks because they are ADHD, and do so, and are continuing to do so, because the teachers have not been trained and the school environment has not been empowered to initiate classroom management strategies for these children so afflicted. In my own constituency of Tabaquite, I spoke to principals and I spoke to teachers, and they had no idea of how to manage a child who had ADHD in their classroom. And in several cases, the response was to simply call in the parents to have a discussion, or to put the child into penance, as it were. Put the child in another room for a while, have a sit out, and so on. What you are doing is you are affecting more deeply the psyche of the child when you do that. And you are contributing to that child's psychological makeup. What you are doing is introducing a deeper sense of rejection by into that child. And what that does, Madam Speaker, with a child who has ADHD, it further compounds and deepens the problem. Because the further loss of self-esteem then causes that child to gravitate to environments where the child wants to feel a sense of love. And you and I know that sometimes in our own homes, when we lose our children and we ask them, why have we lost them? The answer has to be that they found love somewhere else, which they didn't find in the environment of their own home. And that is similar to what is happening in the classrooms of the country to children like this. Madam Speaker, the child ends up in most cases being labeled a bad boy or a bad girl and is left to languish. And I really and truly believe that a lot of children are perhaps ending up on the wrong side of the law. A lot of children are failing to realize their potential because their condition is not appreciated. Now, one of the things about ADD or ADHD is that these children are not dunce children. They are not dull children. They are very creative. They are very bright children. But their condition has to be appreciated. And some of these children, because of the ADHD condition, they become late developers also. Which, on the other hand, if their condition had been assessed and if it had been identified, you would have found that their development potential would have been at a much earlier stage in their lives. Madam Speaker, they have special needs. That's what these children have, special needs. And thus far, we must admit as a country, we must admit as a society, across governments, that we have not been able to do as much as we should do or should have done to accommodate these children in the classrooms. If we use the global statistic of 8% on the lower side or 10% on the higher side, and I prefer to use 8% on the lower side, with a school population, subject to what the minister might tell me, of 258,000 children, 96,000 in secondary, 126,000 in primary. These are the statistics I'm getting, 36,000 in preschool. It will seem to me that about 18,000 children in our school system require specific classroom management with regard to ADHD. Madam Speaker, it is very difficult to understand the struggles of parents and teachers who are confronted with a child who has ADHD, or to understand what other children in that classroom would face if there's a child who is impulsive, who is disruptive, and who is hyperactive, which are three of the conditions associated, and I'll deal with this a little more later on, in a child with ADHD. A child with ADHD not only can disrupt the classroom, but can disrupt a family. Worse yet, in adult life, adult years, an adult with this condition can prove to be of immense stress to his or her family. So it is a great challenge to try to understand such a person and to manage a relationship with such an individual. Madam Speaker, I thought very hard about the next statement I'm going to make before I make it. But I thought I'll make this statement because I think it's important to understand that I'm not here just to debate something of academic interest. My interest in ADHD goes back to 1995, way back to 1995. When I discovered that I had this condition called ADHD, 1995. And if you go back to the newspaper of 1995, 1996, you'll see a series of articles I wrote in the newspapers then, trying to heighten and sensitize the population about ADHD. And along with my wife, we used to go to schools and to PTAs and to speak about ADHD because I'd done a lot of research. I was in association with a group called CHAD in the United States, which is still the best resource group for ADHD, to deal with this matter. And this ADHD, I want to repeat for the benefit of the population, is not a disease. It is a behavioral condition that has some kind of neurological basis, but it's not a disease, and in which attentiveness is challenged and hyperactivity and impetuous behaviors exist. And in reading and educating myself about this problem, I understood myself much better. I was able to refashion a lot in my life, and I'm very proud to say that. Madam Speaker, it is said that knowledge is freedom, and indeed for me, that is a truism. There is a prevailing view in this society. And just as I was coming into the parliament, a member of the public came up to me and said, don't you have anything better to go and debate on private members' day? Why not debate about crime and the economy? But crime and the economy can be affected by ADHD. But I'm showing you, the population's view of this kind of thing. And there's a view prevailing in this society that said that ADHD is overstated and that a good thrashing will cure a child of what is described as bad behavior. And that still exists. That view still exists. Madam Speaker, today we talk about corporal punishment in school. I don't believe in corporal punishment in school. I believe in discipline and strict discipline. I commend the Member of Parliament for Superior. When she was the Minister of Education, she dealt with this matter of corporal punishment because there can be excessive behaviors on the part of deans who inflict corporal punishment. Let me say that the Minister of Education has to do what he has to do in a manner that protects the rights of children in schools which are prone to violence. Everyone may not agree with him, but at times in the lives of societies, when certain kinds of interventions are necessary, what we must ensure is that the rights of people are protected when those interventions are made, and we must have respect for people, and that we must have an alternative strategy for the people we remove from the schools, so that they don't languish further, and that they are not led into alleyways and passageways that make them further deeper criminals. Let me say, Madam Speaker, that for every effect there is a cause, and there are reasons for ADHD that are being discovered now by the medical practitioners. But Madam Speaker, let me just say this, that I read this somewhere and I think it's so important statement. A denial of children's challenges does not serve anyone. Early intervention, on the other hand, serves everyone. And I am pleading here today for early intervention in a matter that has been left unattended to. So while there has been limited research in Trinidad and Tobago about ADHD, if you go through the literature, even on the web, you will see that it's replete with thousands of articles about this condition. And do you know what, Madam Speaker? It has reached so far because of the work of CHAD and other organizations who have been pursuing ADHD for a very long time, that in the United States of America, there are now federal laws to protect children with this condition. There are federal laws to protect children with this condition, and for good reason. And I just make reference to it. There are 2 laws under which children diagnosed with ADHD can receive special help in a school in the U.S. Section 504 of the Vocational Rehabilitation Act of 1973, a civil rights law, prohibits programs that receive federal funds from discriminating against children with disabilities, and under certain circumstances requires school districts to make accommodations for the ADHD student. So this is not a matter again of speculation. There is enough evidence in the United States and enough research that was done to show that these children require special attention and they should be protected under the law. And the other federal law, the Individual with Disabilities Education Act, what's called IDEA, mandates that eligible students receive access to special education and or related services, and that the services are designed to meet each child's unique educational needs. And Speaker, I say this because I asked an earlier question. What it is in our school system that is frustrating children, that is pushing them to the point where they are fighting, they engage in fight, or they engage in flight. They don't come to school, they are school dropouts, or they are present but they are mentally absent, or they engage in violence. I think that is a question that we have to ask about the school system. We can talk about curriculum and everything else, but I think we should proceed by asking what it is frustrating the students in the schools. Why are they not excited about learning? Why are they not excited about going to school? And I'm talking about just a specific group of 8% here. A specific group of 8%. I could go and talk about the fact that the schools that do well, children seem to be excited in those schools. what it is we should learn from those schools that are so well, so much high performers, that we should bring those kinds of experiences into the domain of schools that are low-performing schools. But, Madam Speaker, having said that, what is ADHD or what is ADD? Attention Deficit Hyperactive Disorder. The first book that I came across in 1994, in fact, about ADHD, was a book written by two medical doctors called Driven to Distraction. Drs. Edward Hallowell and Dr. John Ratty. And there are 20 conditions that they listed would help us to understand whether someone has this condition ADD or ADHD. And what is now done in the United States is that there is something called the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorder, DSM-5, in which there are criteria set out that you use in order to assess a person for these behavioral conditions. And they're under three categories: inattention, hyperactivity and impulsivity, and then there's a general category. And I think it's important to introduce this document because those who are dealing with ADHD in Trinidad should be familiar with this. And it's something I think that should be passed on to principals and teachers in schools, to guidance counselors. It'll be very interesting to find out, in terms of all the statistics that the Honourable Minister of Education called out about guidance counselors and other people and so on engaged in support services, how many of them have ever attended a seminar on ADHD? How many of them have any knowledge of it? Or are they just dealing with the same circular bit of behaviors and not looking for deeper causative behaviors? Madam Speaker, Drs. Hallowell and Ratty listed 20 conditions. I just want to go through them a bit. A sense of underachievement, of not meeting one's goals, regardless of how much one has accomplished. In other words, the person always feels that there's a sense of underachievement. This is a person who's ambitious. So this is a good thing. So sometimes when you say ADHD is a bad thing and so on, there are some things we have to recognize that, look, the person has a sense of underachievement. That could be bad, that they constantly feel that they are not achieving. But on the other hand, you could look and say, well, this person is very ambitious. Secondly, difficulty getting organized. Thirdly, chronic procrastination or trouble getting started. Imagine what that can do to a child in class, to do homework or to do a project or what have you. Many projects going simultaneously, but trouble with follow-through. Tendency to say what comes to mind without necessarily considering the timing or appropriateness of the remark. An ongoing search for high stimulation. Now, that's a dangerous one, because now we are bordering on what are the substances that they may go to look for high stimulation. 7, a tendency to be easily bored. 8, easy distractibility, trouble focusing attention, tendency to tune out or drift away in the middle of a page or a conversation, often coupled with an ability to focus at times. 9, often creative, intuitive, and highly intelligent. 10, trouble going through established channels and following proper procedure. 11, impatient and a low tolerance for frustration. 12, impulsive, either verbally or in action, as in impulsive spending of money, changing plans, enacting new schemes or career plans, and the like. 13, tendency to worry needlessly, endlessly, tendency to scan the horizon looking for something to worry about, alternating with inattention to or disregard for actual dangers. And that has implications for people with ADHD and crazy driving habits on the road. 14, sense of impending doom, insecurity, alternating with high risk-taking. 15, depression, especially when disengaged from a project. 16, restlessness. 17, tendency towards addictive behavior. 18, chronic problems with self-esteem. 19, inaccurate self-observation. And finally, family history of ADD, manic depressive illness, depression, substance abuse, or other disorders of impulse control or mood. And that's a lot, 20. But that has been put together under the DSM-5 criteria for ADHD, which the psychologists or those who attempt to diagnose someone with ADD or ADHD go through in terms of this document. And as I said, I was very surprised that in the school system, people are not aware of all these conditions, nor psychologists are even not using this to the extent that they should use it in terms of dealing with these children. But I think that there is the organization called CHAD, which is Children and Adults with Attention Deficit Hyperactivity Disorder, CHAD. And that's a national non-profit organization in the USA and worldwide now. And they really are the ones who have promoted the defense, if I may use that term, of children, or the rights of children, in particular with ADHD. And they have said that ADHD is a neurological disorder of the brain. In simple terms, the chemical reactions within the ADHD brain do not function correctly and leads to three main changes in behavior. One, impulsivity, where the brain activity to control behavior, to allow people to pause before acting, is deficient. Impulsiveness. Secondly, hyperactivity, where the brain keeps on going and going and going to the point where the sufferer cannot sit still, rest, or relax. And thirdly, distractibility, where the attention span is severely compromised to the point where focused attention is nearly impossible. Madam Speaker, there are two sets of implications when you examine this. Firstly, for teachers and parents, and then for society. If such children cannot be cared for, or such individuals, or are managed in the school and home, then the possibility looms large for them becoming dysfunctional, especially since in suffering from low self-esteem, which is one of the characteristics, they are likely to gravitate to persons and environments which cater to their deficit esteem needs. In addition, it is these children who are likely to become members of gangs. Members of gangs. In fact, Madam Speaker, CHAD said as follows, that people with ADHD are twice as likely to commit crime. People with ADHD commit 3 times as many offenses as those without the disorder. People with ADHD are more susceptible to problematic drug use. And people with ADHD are more likely to attempt to take their own life. Madam Speaker, I would not be distracted by the member for Lavendale West, who has a tendency to make a joke and be disrespectful of very serious issues in this country. And I will say to him that I respect him, but please, you may want to call these children monsters and the girls hyenas and so on. That is not what I am about. I'm about to protect children with a condition in this country. I'm sorry and I apologize, Madam Speaker, for having to go in that direction. But we have to understand in this House that there are serious issues facing our children there. As a member of Parliament, I've come here to do something about it. Madam Speaker, if you're a teacher, you know these kids, you will know these kids. The ones who stay out of the window. The one who wouldn't be able to keep sitting in the chair, even if you use crazy glue, as some people say. The one who answers a question, even before asked. Madam Speaker, can you tell me how many more minutes I have, please?
I have up to 3:15.
Thank you. Thank you. Madam Speaker, so that students who exhibit ADHD, their hallmark symptoms are inattention, hyperactivity, and impulsivity. And it can be very frustrating managing such a child. And it can be very frustrating to the child because nobody's taking care of that child. And you know what happens? People with ADHD, because we are not aware of it, because we are not doing anything about it, there are many routes into the criminal justice system for people with ADHD. For one piece of research says that people with ADHD are nearly 3 times more likely to commit arson. 3 times. And the other thing about ADHD is that it can lead people to drugs. Lead people to drugs. And I was reading an article which I want to share here is how that happens. Because it describes how the brain functions, the ADHD brain functions, and how because of the chemical deficiencies, you can lead to drug. Madam Speaker, permit me please to quote from this chat article. Firstly, the way the ADHD brain functions can be simplified as mainly by a deficit in chemical reactions, the uptake of dopamine being the most examined agent. The taking of some unlawful substances, such as marijuana, amphetamines, cocaine, and heroin, serve to increase this chemical process in the brain. Whereas for the norm, this will produce a high, for the ADHD person, this produces a more normal state, where the user is less hyperactive, able to focus and concentrate, and to pause before acting on impulse. In short, this act of self-medication brings about a more normal state and behavioral acceptance among society. But they are taking drugs. They're taking drugs. And we know where that can then lead. Secondly, when challenged with low self-esteem and withdrawal from peer groups, young people with ADHD have been observed through case studies to migrate to hanging out with older dysfunctional gangs and groups. And I wonder how many of these children in our schools that we are seeing being killed right now, shot and so on. And when we hear the stories from their own family members, as happened in today's newspaper, how many of these kids really were ADHD? And they so happened to have self-esteem problems, and they fell into the wrong hands in order to solve that problem. And these groups, as we know, often present opportunities for smoking heavily, drinking underage, and general withdrawal from the accepted behaviors for the sufferer's age group. Madam Speaker, the research concludes that the transition from soft to hard drugs is proven to be quicker in people with ADHD, as is the development from user through abuser to total dependence. And there's one other piece of research, is this, that of road safety. Road safety, that people with ADHD are 4 times more likely to crash a road vehicle, 7 times more likely to have 2 or more incidents, and 4 times more likely to be at fault. And one can understand that. Hyperactive, impulsive, and inattentive behind the wheel of a car. Madam Speaker, the research is showing that approximately 8% of world population of children and adults have ADHD. And I think that we can use that as the global statistic for Trinidad and Tobago. Madam Speaker, what needs to be done? What needs to be done? In a recently published article in Pediatrics magazine, it indicated that the incidence of death from suicide was nearly 5 times higher among adults who had childhood ADHD. And the National Institute on Alcohol Abuse and Alcoholism estimates that between 20 and as high as 50% of adults diagnosed with ADHD meet criteria for an alcohol or other drug disorder. So, Madam Speaker, what do we do about this? What do we do about this situation? The main criticism being made about ADHD is that it is a subjective evaluation. It's not the results of some kind of blood test or what is described as objective medical tests. But over the number of years, there's sufficient research and evidence and case studies to demonstrate that you can diagnose a person with ADHD. And we should not live in the mode that these are just bad children. If you make someone aware and give them knowledge of a problem that they have, you empower them to change. And this is what we are not doing about so many of the problems that our kids face. So what needs to be done, Madam Speaker? Madam Speaker, we cannot ignore the problem. We have to take an enlightened approach in which we acknowledge the existence of the problem and commit as administrations. And I notice I didn't say government, I said administration, because this will go on way before, after us. Commit to interventions. Madam Speaker, if we can mentally move from the stage of ignoring the problem to a simple acknowledgement that it exists, then we will do the other things that are necessary. For example, like providing the training to personnel to assist with diagnosing children with ADHD. Assist persons to administer the diagnostic tests and to confirm whether a child has ADHD. As I said, these tests are available as the DSM-5. We must then also develop training programs for teachers and educators in the classrooms on classroom management strategies to deal with ADHD children. Madam Speaker, I have with me, several pieces of research, and I just brought them because people will think that these things don't exist. But you have it here. Parenting tips for ADHD, classroom management strategies for teaching children in school. They're all there. Books. I have a pile of books at home on these matters. I have overheads, all kinds of things that I collected at the time I used to go out and talk about this ADHD. We must develop training programs for teachers and educators on the classroom management strategies to deal with ADHD children. Our approach, and I beg, our approach must not be to isolate them and treat them as social outcasts in the classroom. Some of this is happening, maybe a lot of it, because this will only exacerbate the problem of their low self-esteem and compound the problem. This approach will push them to persons and environments which will meet their self-esteem needs, but which persons and environments could be inimical to their social health and well-being, and in the future to the social health and well-being of the entire society. And this is where it becomes a problem for the economy and a problem for crime and crime fighters. Madam Speaker, ADHD requires management both in the school and classroom environments as well as in the home. And it's incumbent, therefore, that in any intervention strategy that we propose, that parents also be trained to work alongside the teachers to get the best results. Because you can do what you want in the schools, if the parents are not also trained to help deal with the children, then you're not going to have a sustainable intervention strategy. And finally, Madam Speaker, the child has to be made aware of what he or she is experiencing. We must not underestimate the ability of a child properly explained to understand a problem. And with ADHD, you can know, when you're aware, you can know whether this condition is coming on and check yourself. And while there are drugs that have become popular in the treatment of ADHD, Dr. Gopeesingh and my colleague Dr. Fuad Khan will tell you that these have side effects. You can actually see children who take these drugs have tics. All kinds of things happen to them. And I'm reading about Ritalin and its effects upon heart and those kinds of issues also. To me, the giant step in all of this is A, to acknowledge this problem exists in our schools, and B, to increase the awareness of the child having been diagnosed that you have this condition, and to have more sensitive teachers well trained to deal with it in the classroom situation alongside the parents. Madam Speaker, I beg to move.
Speaker, I wish to second this motion and reserve my right to speak on it on a subsequent occasion.
Honorable members, the motion being seconded, I shall now propose the question for debate. Be it resolved that the Ministry of Education initiate a program in schools to 1. Identify children with ADD, ADHD, 2. Train teachers to manage such students in the classroom, and 3. Implement a long-term strategy in schools to assist children so identified. The member for St. Joseph.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for allowing me the opportunity to contribute on this very important motion. Before I begin, I want to join with my colleague from Tabaquite in saying that this is indeed a very important motion, and to also congratulate him for coming here and bearing his soul to the public of Trinidad and Tobago. I think that speaks very well of you, sir. Madam Speaker, the clinical syndrome that presents itself as AD, Attention Deficit Disorder, ADD, or the other one, its sister, Attention Deficit Hyperactive Disorder, ADHD, were first recognized clinically in 1902. And here we are, 115 years later, having a discussion in the Parliament of Trinidad and Tobago, I think possibly for the first time, on a very important issue like this. I agreed with a lot of what my colleagues said. There's just one issue that I will raise with him, not in disagreement, but maybe to refine the argument. And I will come to that in about 5 or 10 minutes. But we have to recognize that these twin syndromes we are speaking about have deep neurological beginnings. And these children find themselves in a constant whirl of both mental and physical activity. Very hyperactive, what we might call short attention spans. And the member from Tabaquite did go through some of the negative effects. I would not dwell on that. I think he dwelt on those very well. But there are also some very positive effects, which he touched on. And I will expand on some of the positive effects of ADHD. Many of these children are highly, highly creative. They have a high degree of flexibility, as when they are faced with a problem, unlike normal people like ourselves, who may have tunnel vision and see one solution, they see a whole myriad of solutions. Thank you, Superior. No, I haven't been tested for it. I may have it, who knows? Normal and inverted commas. Normal. That's what I said, normal and inverted commas, Superior. They have a great deal of enthusiasm, spontaneity, energy, and drive. And if that sounds like Richard Branson, the founder of Virgin, you are right. And that is some of the people who suffer from ADHD, Richard Branson of Virgin. And look at him. He's in a constant soul of activity. Airlines, music, now space travel. If it sounds like a brilliant person like Will Smith, you are right. If it sounds like an Olympic swimmer like Michael Phelps, you are right. And these are some of the people that suffer from ADHD. I just want to go back to one of the statistics that the honorable member gave. When he said worldwide it's about 8%, I believe, or 10% here. The figures vary. Some publications you will see 5%, some publications between 5 to 7, some publications 10%, 3%. But I think what Tabaquite should have also said, and I'm here to help, is that it affects more boys than girls in a ratio of 4 to 1. 4 to 1, that's a very high differential. 4 times more boys than girls. And when you look at the causes of ADHD, it's partially genetics. When they do examinations of the frontal lobes of the brains of children suffering from ADHD, and the frontal lobes are the parts that deal with problem solving, how you plan out your day and your week, understanding of other people's behavior, and most importantly, the restraint on impulses. The ADHD child does not have these restrictive mechanisms. But what is more noticeable, in a 2002 study, they found that the brain volume of children suffering from ADHD was actually 3 to 4% lower than the brain volume of a corresponding normal child. But what was interesting, if you took that same child with a 3 to 4% lower brain volume and put him on the meds for ADHD, after a while his brain volume becomes normal. So in agreeing with the member for Tabaquite that there are some serious side effects to the drugs, the treatment for ADHD is good counseling, good psychiatry counseling, psychological counseling, and in some cases you may have to go to drugs. What we also have to understand, some of the origins or causes of ADHD have to do with the way the neurotransmitter dopamine works in the brain or doesn't work. So you have all of these potential causes of ADHD. Like the honorable member, in preparing for this debate, there's a plethora of publications on the internet about ADHD all over the world. But what is the Caribbean and Trinidad position? And in looking at Caribbean psychology today, they said, Caribbean-wise, there's very little accurate data in the Caribbean. So like my friend, they extrapolated from global data. But in examining the Trinidad and Tobago context, I actually contacted the ADHD Foundation of Trinidad and Tobago. So we have a ADHD Foundation in Trinidad and Tobago, non-profit organization that is doing excellent work. And the information that they gave me, now this is based on inquiries, not diagnosis. So I want to be absolutely clear. This is based on inquiries that go to the ADHD Foundation of Trinidad and Tobago, not clinical diagnosis. For whatever it's worth, I throw this information out. The bulk of the inquiries come from Barataria, San Juan, Couva, Chaguanas, Arima Dabadi, Diego Martin, and Pinal. Tobago does not feature that much, maybe because of its smaller population. So those are where the inquiries about ADHD go into the ADHD Foundation of Trinidad and Tobago. But I was pleased to find a 2007 report done by Gerald Hutchinson and Eric Williams out of the psychiatry unit of the Faculty of Medical Sciences at Eric Williams Medical Sciences Complex. And it reinforces what the member for Tabaquite was speaking about, substance abuse and impulsivity, how impulsive they are. But that report also said, interestingly, and this is a 2007 report, so it gives you some hope that by attenuation or easing, the symptoms tend to ease with age and sometimes disappearing altogether by late adolescence. But 5 to 30% of the patients, they persist into adulthood. So the member is quite right when he speaks about the lack of clear understanding. So we do have a 2007 local report, Gerald Hutchinson and Eric Williams, and it went on, because I don't want to go into the report too much, it broke down ADHD into ethnicity, religion, education. You look at physical health, sexual abuse, drug abuse. And that report, I can say, is compelling reading. And I do recommend it to the member for Tabaquite. It's very compelling reading and highly recommended. I contacted the Southwest Regional Health Authority, I don't want to call the doctor's name, who runs the community pediatric clinic. And his figures for 2014-2015 says of the 1,070 visits to the clinic over 2014 to 2015, he has articulated that of the 1,070 visits, roughly 12% in his estimation, or 128 of his young patients up to 18 may be suffering from ADHD, right? So the percentages vary, but we could probably use a benchmark of maybe 8 to 10%. Yes, some may go the lower end, some may go the higher end. But what response does ADHD need, Madam Speaker? It needs a whole of society and probably a whole of government response. And I want to draw the example of when Trinidad and Tobago first was faced with the AIDS epidemic. One of the reasons why Trinidad and Tobago successfully managed the AIDS epidemic was because it was a whole of government and whole of society approach. And that is why we have put the AIDS Coordinated Committee back under the Office of the Prime Minister. And this speaks to how the response to ADHD should be. Some countries have adopted the legislative approach. My colleague mentioned the United States. In the UK, they have their Education Act 1996, the Disability Act 2001, and their Disability Discrimination Act 1995. But what does Trinidad and Tobago have, and is our legislation deficient? Our Education Act number 7 of 1996 and the Equal Opportunities Act number 69 of 2002 provide the philosophical and legislative basis and response for the provision of inclusive education services for students with diverse learning needs. So hopefully our legislative response doesn't have to be a new law or a new act. The Education Act, the Equal Opportunities Act may be quite sufficient. In addition to that, we are a signatory to the UN Declaration on Human Rights, Rule number 6, which is in sync with the ADHD Foundation of Trinidad and Tobago and their philosophy. So what is the philosophy of the ADHD Society Foundation of Trinidad and Tobago? They speak about a child with ADHD has a right as any other child to equal opportunity in education, to grow to their full potential, contribute to their family's well-being, and to be a productive member of society. Now, when I started, I said there was one part of the member's contribution which I want to throw out to him. And so member for Tabaquite, please, if I am misquoting you or misinterpreting you, just ask and I will sit and you can clarify your statement. Because this is too important a matter for us to play politics with. The member for Tabaquite was trying to draw a reference, in my view, about ADHD and performance in schools. And I wrote down what he said here. He said what it is in our school system that pushes students or is frustrating students, and then he asked, well, what are the schools that are doing well? The question is, the only way, in my view, that statement can hold water, and as I said, please, I will give way if you feel I am not interpreting your statements correctly. If we assume that we have 10% of our school population with ADHD, unless you know the dispersion of where these students go to school, I don't know how you made the link that well-performing schools may have less students with ADHD and the lower performing schools. So, please.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. That's not what I'm saying. I'm using a general statistic of 8 to 10%. So in my view, all schools will have an average of 8 to 10%. But what the difference is that when you go to the schools that are performing high, and I want to tell you that I did research on some cases on high-performing schools versus low-performing schools at one point in time under the SEMP program and in St. Lucia. What you recognize is that the support systems for students in the high-performing schools, between the parents and the teachers and that relationship, and as well other support mechanisms, are better in the high-performing schools than the low-performing schools.
And that is the type of research that we need. So it's not that the schools as bands of high-performing or low-performing may have more or less children with ADHD. It may be, as you quite rightly said, the support systems, and that is what we have to look at. So thank you for clarifying that. Madam Speaker, so both speakers so far have given you some clinical views as to ADHD. We have given you the statistics and so on. But how do we now move the agenda forward to incorporate what we are saying here today into the school system? And I will leave the policy positions to the Minister of Education. However, what is clear is that for us to, as a society to treat with this issue, if it is to be a whole of society and whole of government approach, several things need to happen. Parents have to be alerted as to what the symptoms of ADHD are. Because the best remedy is parental knowledge, parental intervention. 2, the child has to be empowered to understand the condition. And you are quite right when you said information is the basis of this thing. So the child has to be empowered to know that yes, he is special, yes, he may be different, but he is not doomed to a life that may take him down the wrong path. Then the school system has to be involved. We need teacher training, teacher sensitization, and to have all the support services in place. Because many of these children are brilliantly creative, but they may have these fears that they can't get things right, they can't follow instructions. So we need to change the way these students are engaged in the family, in the community, and in the school. So one of the things that we have to look at is what are some of the classroom interventions that could be made. As you quite rightly said, member for Tabaquite, these children gaze out of the windows. So you know what is the first intervention that they recommend? Take the child away from the window and put them in the front row in front of the teacher. Simple intervention. Simple intervention. Give them, give them parental, preferential seating in the classroom. So that is one of the things. So they could focus on the teacher. Teachers have to be taught that if we are to mainstream the children with ADHD into the normal classroom, that teaching techniques have to be slightly different. So instead of giving us series of instructions, where a normal person, and I say normal like myself, in inverted commas, a non-ADHD person can follow a series of instructions, they now have to be taught, the teachers have to be taught to keep instructions short and simple and break it up into components. So short sentences for instructions. We have to also get to know about how the teacher, the schools, the PTAs work with parents. Because unless you have that societal connection between parents and schools, they would not be able, as a system, as a school system, as an education system, to treat effectively with the ADHD child. Next thing we have to do is to acknowledge that these children could be frustrated. Acknowledge that. But then we have to start to look at behavior modification. But behavior modification has to be done both at the home and at the school. One of the techniques used in some schools is to pair the ADHD child with one of the more progressive children in the classroom, buddy system. So whatever the ADHD child could not pick up during the class, during the instruction, his buddy, his or her body, can help, could augment. And those of us who were in school, we would have done that not knowing that we might have had ADHD. But very often in schools, when we set up these study groups, we always advise people with study groups, never have a study group with only the bright people. You know that? Have a range. Right? So that buddy system in schools could be a very good way to go with easing some of the problems that the ADHD child has. One of the things we may have to do, and other speakers can look at this, is the same way the ADHD child can't follow a series of complex instructions, we may have to give him a buddy in school. That child may have to get a lighter homework load, plain and simple, so they can absorb things in chewable chunks instead of giving them the whole thing in one fell swoop. Another thing, another issue, if they have to take a test with the non-ADHD child and you have a child who is diagnosed with ADHD, and you recognize that you want this child to be mainstream, and you recognize that you want this child to have a full and productive life, you may want to tinker with your exam requirements and possibly give that child extra time for exams, because their mind wanders all around the place. So, Madam Speaker, in agreement with the leader of the opposition, we want to, on this side, join with the opposition in recommending this motion. We are cognizant of the fact that in a school population, roughly 10% of our children may be suffering from ADHD. We have gone through what the symptoms are. We have gone through some of the interventions, and we look forward to hearing what other speakers have to say on the topic. And I recommend the motion, and I congratulate the member for Tabaquite to bring in this motion. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. May I sincerely congratulate the mover of this motion, the Member of Parliament for Tabaquite, and a very dignified response from the Member for St. Joseph, being in the position of Minister of Health. And today, the motion raised by our colleague from Tabaquite, which we have all recognized as a very important motion, very important motion in the way forward for our population. Can we stop that?
The Attorney General.
Cool it down. The issue of ADHD affecting children in school and the adult population as well. And when we say that there is an incidence of 5%, 5% of a school population of 250,000 is approximately 12,500 children. And so what we may be having in our school population is approximately 12,500 students or even more with dysfunctional behaviors which we have not been able to adequately address. And as they come out of the school population, they are the ones who move into the wider society. And then when we look at 5% of the wider society, of the 1 million people outside of the school population, 5% of that is equivalent to 50,000 citizens of Trinidad and Tobago who might have passed through the system in the schools, unrecognized, and obviously are in society with the ADHD and providing dysfunctional type of behavior in the wider society. And so when we look at it, 50,000 in the wider population approximately, and another 13,000 in the school population, there is serious room for concern about how do we manage it from now on. I'm happy that the Minister of Health spoke about the 1996 Education Act and about the requirements in that act which spoke about diverse learning needs and an inclusive education model. And based on that, I'm sure my colleagues on the other side, Minister of State and the Minister of Education, will possibly speak on this later as well. And based on the requirements for an inclusive education model with the diverse learning needs, successive administrations in education, and let me just make it quite clear, Madam Speaker, no one administration can achieve everything in a short 5-year period. And it is for successive administrations to eke out what was happening, and what was good must continue. What was not happening properly, to seek to ameliorate it, to tinker with it, and see what could be done to improve it. And if it cannot, they will have to deal with it. So education is a continuum. You cannot, with one administration, decide that this is not working for you, let's scrap it, and because of politics, we decide that we're not going that way and we're going this way. And on the basis of with the problems that we were witnessing in the school population, the dysfunctionality and the school violence and so on, we put that as a major priority in our way forward. One of the 16 priorities that we said that we will move forward with in finding solutions and implementing programs for that area of dysfunctionality at school. And we decided that we will improve, first of all, the student support services. And the Honorable Prime Minister at that time, who was Minister of Education between 1997 to 2001, and quite aware of the problems, readily accepted, and we, in Cabinet, we passed a note to increase the amount of people in the student support services from what was approximately 250 now to about 700 personnel and professionals in the student support services division. And today we heard from the Minister of Education saying that there are over 250 guidance counselors, guidance officers, and over 134 school social workers. And we have one guidance officer and one guidance counselor in each one of our secondary schools. Now, we have a paucity of school social workers because we don't have the training programs at the university level geared towards having more and more of these social workers being trained. And so we need hundreds more of the social workers in this country as a result of what is happening, and we need more of them in the school population. So perhaps the Honorable Minister of Education will look to see whether the Teaching Service Commission has fulfilled the requirements in ensuring that the guidance counselors that are required have fulfilled that to employ all the guidance counselors that are required in the school. So the Student Support Services Division now is fully staffed. It is becoming better staffed, close to about 700 personnel. And we ensured that there were behavioral, clinical, and educational psychologists in the system. There were people very well trained in counseling, and of course the school social workers had an important role to play. And as a result, recognizing that we have difficulties with students and performance had been not as good as we would have liked to have, and may I say that we made some significant leaps, because in 2014 we had the best academic performance ever in the history of Trinidad and Tobago in our education system. And we did not rest on our laurels. We made sure, and in 2015 the academic performance in the SEA, CSEC, and CAPE were even better than 2014. And I hope that our honorable ministers will continue the trend and the work that we were doing so that we would not see a reversal of the gains that we made in the education system. So recognizing that it is an important consideration, we decided to do some research. And both speakers spoke about research done internationally, and one was done by my former student, who is now Professor Professor Hutchinson. Yes, my former student. Yeah, and we are very proud of his work that he's doing, and making sure that Trinidad and Tobago society goes properly, and the work of the Psychiatric Association, they ought to be complimented on the work they're doing. We decided to do a research study from the Ministry of Education, and the project is called ICANN. I don't know whether my two colleagues know about the research project, but the document is at the Ministry of Education. It is a research project on 3,000 students in the early childhood education centers and the primary school population, 8 schools each, with approximately 3,000 students. And that research took almost 18 months with international researchers and local researchers. And they began to investigate the behavioral patterns, the psychological issues with the children, and the educational issues. And what they found, Madam Speaker, 25% of that grouping would go through the schools normally, and they would have no problem whatsoever. Another 25%, when you apply strict, rigid standards to them, and you encourage them and work with them, they also do extremely well. So 50% can do well basically on their own. But we had another 50% who needed some help. Half of that, the third 25%, when we ensured that parents came together with the education of these children and worked with them for about 4 to 5 months, 90% of them improved considerably. So there was marked improvement with parental support and parental guidance. So that's 75%. So this is why we say all the time that we need parental support and parental guidance across the board in the education program. The other 25%, we found 7% of that, or 7 out of the 25, having major problems. And this is where the special needs issue and the diverse learning needs came in. They either had ADHD, they had dyslexia, autism, Down syndrome, cerebral palsy, neuromuscular disease, and hearing difficulties and visual difficulties. 7%. And the report is there, the ICANN report is at the Ministry of Education. So 7% of our school population, because it was a randomized, stratified, scientific sampling of our schools done in a very scientific manner. So 7% of our school population of 250,000 is about 17,000 students. 17,000 students with serious disabilities requiring urgent help, either from ADHD, dyslexia, autism, neuromuscular diseases, Down syndrome, cerebral palsy, to different extent. So when we say that the children are failing, the education system is failing, it is not the education system that is failing. In fact, as I said before, the best results have been coming forward in 2014, 2015, and hope that it will continue in 2016. We have made remarkable gains in the education system. There has been a major transformation taking place across the country through the education system over the last 5 years. I mean, we had gains in ICT in education, giving out 95,000 laptops, 150 ICT technicians. More students were passing information technology at the CAPE, at the CSEC level, and moving on to CAPE. We had the early childhood education achieving, we're the first country in the world to achieve universal early childhood education, where all 36,000 children would have been put into school. We brought on tech work education, where we moved tech work from 42 schools to 102 schools, and more students are doing tech work education. The special needs area, we improved considerably. We trained thousands and thousands of our teachers in ICT, in ADR, mediation, science, mathematics, and a host of different areas. And the area which Member for Parliament for Tabaquite is speaking about, this is where we need to do a lot more. Of course, the infrastructure, we built 102 new schools, and we had about 98 under construction. We had about 75,000 students going through career guidance over the 5-year period. We had consultations to improve the curriculum in early childhood, primary, and secondary. And when they speak about consultation now, the work had been done already by us. The consultations took place. The early childhood education consultations for the reform of the curriculum, the previous administration between 2002 and 2010 had done a relatively good job on that. And we only had to tinker a little bit with it to bring in areas of ethics and morals and values in that early childhood education curriculum. We went through 8 district consultations on the reform of the curriculum over a year period, and 2 national consultations. And 85% of the participants and the educators indicated that we must bring in a continuous assessment component in our education system, And we must bring in things like physical education and visual and performing arts, morals, values, ethics, agri-science, and this we did, Madam Speaker. We implemented it. Within a 2-year period of coming into office, we changed the primary school curriculum to what it is today. And I hope that this present administration doesn't tinker very much with the continuous assessment component, and they allow it to continue. What was not taught, what was not examined was not taught, and therefore there was a reason for introducing the continuous assessment component. And all our colleagues in this House have been through to university. And the university has 40% of the coursework in continuous assessment component. CAPE has about 20 to 30% of the final marks by continuous assessment. CSEC has about 20 to 30% by continuous assessments. Why can't the primary school students have the 20 to 30% continuous assessment in their schools? So we reformed the early childhood education curriculum by consultations. We reformed the primary school curriculum by consultation, and we did it also for the secondary schools, where we realized that STEM was an important aspect of our education program, to have science, technology, engineering, mathematics, and the world is moving to STREAM, which is research and arts. And of course, I heard the two ministers in the Ministry of Education speaking about bringing history and geography into the curriculum. That was determined already.
Ask you, I've allowed you considerable leeway. Can I ask you to please bring your contribution a little tighter to the motion being debated, please.
Madam Speaker, the reasons for this performance and the excelling in the education system because of the steps we took and we made in dealing with particularly the diverse learning needs of the students and having an inclusive education model. So the other 18% of the 25, I wouldn't go into more of what we have been able to accomplish and what we were able to accomplish. It was there before the election, and we spoke about it, and so on. But parenting and education, as we mentioned, is critically important. And this is where the member for Tabaquite and the member for St. Joseph indicated that with parental support, students do better if they have the ADHD problem. So we also did massive consultations with parents across the country. And we had over 30,000 parents participating in consultations on parenting and education. And we developed a parenting academy. And so it is for the present administration to continue that. So now 18 out of that 25% have emotional, behavioral, and psychological abnormalities and difficulties. And this is where part of the ADHD might be as well in that 18%. And so therefore, the reason for these guidance counselors and guidance officers is to begin to identify with the teachers who are the students at risk. What are we seeking to do on behalf of the children in school or the child? We have introduced a number of areas: curriculum reform, school-based management, teacher training and development, management and leadership of principals, supervision training, early identification of problems in a child, and research, of course, the ICANN research. How do we identify the child at risk and the child that has a problem? The first person is the teacher. Well, the parent at home may have a little feeling that my child is not behaving properly, and therefore they may say something is wrong, but they probably cannot identify the real diagnosis on it. But when the child comes to school and does the same thing at school, it begins to shift the focus and bring you to a situation where this child may have ADHD really. Because in the definition of it, it must occur in two places: at home and in school. So what is our role? Our role is to begin to get more of our psychologists, whether it's behavioral, educational, and clinical psychologists, more and more trained and more of them on the scene in the education system. When the students are suspended in the school for dysfunctional behavior, many of whom would have the ADHD, in the past, they just went home for 7 days and came back to school. And if the problem was so severe, the Minister of Education would have extended the suspension time. But extending the suspension time and not doing anything for the child is not good. So we strove to have learning enhancement centers and student enhancement centers. And we had set up 2 of these centers with educational, behavioral, and clinical psychologists. And so when students are suspended, they can be taken with their parents to those centers where they will be counseled and dealt with. And so therefore, the 24 students who had the minister indicated that had to be suspended from the school, the student support services will undoubtedly give him a lot of support on these students by taking them to, I don't know whether these student enhancement centers are still operating, but the student support services can give you more information on it, and therefore the students will not be left out of the system. They will continue to be counseled and brought back into the system as better students with the aid of their parents. So that student support service division is a critical area for assisting students. What about the others, Madam Speaker? The others from the 7%? The Minister of Health then, during our term, was able to get screening for almost 18,000 children annually for visual screening and auditory screening. And in those who were screened, we had a small percentage of them, about 3% to 4%, who needed surgical procedures for hearing, middle ear problem, or they needed some major intervention for vision. And we hope that as we're speaking about inclusive education model and the diverse learning needs of students, the Ministry of Education will continue the screening for students from the visual aspect and for the auditory aspect. We had a national consultation on special needs students, and we invited all the NGOs and other relevant organizations dealing with autism and dyslexia and the other areas that I spoke about, the Down syndrome, cerebral palsy associations. And there were significant recommendations for implementation arising from those consultations on the special needs. So the information is there at the ministry, and we therefore have to continue to work with the various organizations so that they can give tremendous assistance. The Ministry of Education cannot do it by itself. They will need the support of a number of these private sector organizations. So there were consultations on special needs students. There were consultations, of course, on the reform and consultations on the parenting aspect in education. So who are the people to identify these students with ADHD? Must be the teachers. And the Member of Parliament for Tabaquite indicated there are about 15 different criteria. Now, there are different causes of dysfunctional behavior in children, not only ADHD, many other causes. But in identifying ADHD, which we all know is a complex mental health disorder that can affect a child's success in school with interpersonal relationships, the member for Tabaquite spoke about the symptoms. And what was significant on this paper, they said 7 common signs indicate ADHD. So we need to we need to train our teachers now to begin to identify students at an early age with ADHD. the spectrum of dyslexia, the wide spectrum of autism from mild to severe. And of course, the Down syndrome is very evident. And there are different spectra of cerebral dysfunction. And I want to make a plea this evening, right in this house, that it's a constructive plea I'm making to the Honorable Minister of Health. Many of the issues that we see with students displaying abnormal behavioral patterns is a result of some degree of brain damage, whether it occurred in utero or whether it occurred at birth. And for the 17,000 mothers that we deliver annually, the midwives do a fantastic job and deliver more than 95% of them in the hospitals. And the complex cases, the doctors do the 5%. Now, Minister Khan at the time and myself were beginning to work with the Midwives Association and the obstetricians to seek their support in trying to improve the reduction in neonatal anoxia, which is deficient oxygenation at birth. So a number of our children who exhibiting ADHD is not only a genetic predisposition, but it has been shown by research for prematurity and intrapartum anoxia or anoxia at birth. So the plea I'm making to him, whether he can get together his team, the Obstetrician and Gynecologic Society of Trinidad and Tobago, and bring the gynecologists and obstetricians together, and of course the midwives, and indicate to them that we need to have a serious reduction in this intrapartum anoxia and birth anoxia by very good monitoring of the delivery process and ensuring that babies come out as healthy as possible without having them to delay in the delivery and developing anoxia during the period of delivery. Because this is a significant area where we can make significant improvements. The average age of diagnosis is 7 with ADHD, and as members for St. Joseph said, more boys than girls. The teachers now have to be trained to identify these students, and some of these characteristics. They say that the child exhibits inability to recognize other people's needs and desires. A child with ADHD may interrupt other people when they're talking. They may have trouble waiting their turn for classroom activities. So a teacher could understand that. Emotional turmoil. A child with ADHD may have difficulty keeping emotions, both bad and good. They may have outbursts of anger in inappropriate times or temper tantrums. They fidget and squirm. So these three so far are some of the characteristics that can lead a teacher or parent to help to identify that child. Unfinished tasks, lack of focus, careless mistakes, and so on. So, Madam Speaker, teaching children with attention deficit hyperactivity disorder in structural strategies and practices. We are bound with that. And we will want to give this, or to refer the Ministers of Education to have a look at this and bring it to the attention of the Student Support Services Division and of the teachers, and from the position of the school supervisors first, and then the principals, and then the teachers. And this document has a number of areas where you don't need too much of training, but the teachers now can easily be taught through appropriate mechanisms how to identify these issues early and identify these students early so that they may be able to take remedial action. So this is about a 12-page document. It's there, available. Identifying ADHD, it's available. Suggested classroom accommodations for specific behaviors. So exactly what the member for St. Joseph was speaking about, bringing the student close, break up the task into workable and obtainable steps using a questionable strategy with the student, and so on. Prioritize assignment and activities, reduce assignment length, and strive for quality. It's all in this document. So, in the planning in education, when we're looking at nearly 13,000 with ADHD, and 7% of the entire population of school children, nearly 17,000 with serious problems. And so when we analyze the results from the education system, doesn't it tell you that these are some of the problems that cause our students not to be able to perform as well as they should be performing? So the issue is prevention in the first place. We can't prevent ADHD. Well, the only way that I spoke about, you can't prevent the genetic aspect of it, but you could prevent the little areas of brain damage and so on.
Expired. You're entitled to 15 more minutes if you so request.
Yeah, yes, Madam Speaker.
Leave is granted to continue.
Thank you. So, the movement forward is, why should we have a certain percentage of students not doing well in the CSEC examination? Because we have not been able to identify the issues that gave rise to their non-performance. And so it is our responsibility as educators to move into the system and get our teaching fraternity, including our student support services, with the ability to identify these issues early and deal with them appropriately. Those that need medical intervention, you will have to deal with it. You will have to prevent some of these things. And so early diagnosis is critically important. Now, you may have to reform part of the curriculum as well and get the teachers anchor out with the revised curriculum for some of these students that need different teaching strategies. And here's another document, Strategies for Primary School Teachers Dealing with ADHD. And both ministers of education can get that very easily. We can pass this on to them. There was an article, Strategies for Teaching Students with ADHD, published on the 7th of March 2013. And in Britain, they said with 400,000 children in the UK taught to have ADHD, two doctors, Dr. Madan Moll and Dr. Paul Holland, looked at educational strategies that can help these young people to reach their full potential. And in that document as well, they outlined the different strategies. So, on recognition of what the Honourable Member for Tabaquite has brought to this House today, that many people on the outside may think, well, what is the importance of this? This is the core, this is one of the core reasons for not going through achieving excellence in our education system. Because when it affects so many thousands of our students, we say that these children are dunces, they are failures. They are not. It is because we have not been able to identify their problem and deal with it in an expeditious manner from early on. And in that process, Madam Speaker, our Prime Minister at the time between 2010 and 2015, having achieved universal early childhood, universal secondary education before that, in 2000, ensured that high up on the agenda was universal early childhood education. Because we all know that the child's brain development, 30% of the child brain development occurs at birth, 50% by 1.5 years of age. and 90% of a child's brain development takes place by 6 years of age. So which is the most important period of time for nurturing that child and the brain development? The first 6 years. And the Prime Minister made sure that we work towards achieving universal early childhood education with a proper curriculum, well thought out, a broad curriculum, and today we stand proud as a nation having achieved universal early childhood education, where 36,000 young children aged 3 and 4 are sure of a place in an early childhood education center. The Ministry of Education, when we left, were paying for 9,000 of these students, and we had over 200 plus schools, and Serval was looking after 72, and they were providing the early childhood education. And so from at that age, when we know that the average age at 7, that you could pick up the ADHD, from early on our teachers might be able to pick up the difficulties that children exhibit. And so we don't have to wait until they become 16 or 17. And when they are miscreants in the society, in terms of the misbehavior and the violence and so on, we would have picked up that issue of their difficulty early on. And so to stem the tide of the criminal activity in this country, it is not an easy process, it's not a one fix that we say that we're going to do so and so at a particular age. We have to have the ability to work from early on, our children at an early tender age, and move them through the system. And the gains and achievements in education don't take place miraculously in a few years. It's an incremental process. And this is why I said administration should look at the work that previous administrations had done, and then what was good, continue it. And so you build and build as we move forward for the betterment of our children. And we have made tremendous gains. When people talk about our education is going backwards and we are failing, that is a complete misnomer. It is falsehood.
Children are monsters.
Our children are becoming better and better. In fact, 75% of our SEA students get more than 50%. 2 out of 3 get more than 60%. And whereas we had a failure rate of 14% in the SEA examination, getting less than 30%, we have brought that down to 1%. 95% of our students pass the CAPE examination. And there have been improvements in mathematics and language arts. More and more students are passing. Physical education, more and more students are doing physical education and visual and performing arts. And so more and more students doing tech work education. So, an ICT. So just look at the SEA examination at an early age. Almost 3,000 students, 5 marks separate them in the SEA examination out of the 17,000 that write. Aren't these students brilliant? Is that a failing education system? Not at all. We have ensured that the revolution in education took place during our time, and it is for you now to continue that process, to build and build upon it. So, Madam Speaker, I want to support my colleague, the Member of Parliament for Tabaquite, in what may have been construed as a small issue, but which is in fact is the heart of behavioral patterns in Trinidad and Tobago and even the worldwide. And it is part of the problem that we have had to deal with in the school population, and it's part of the problem that we have to deal with in society. So if we recognize this, just one of this issue, which is ADHD, there are many others, and we deal with it and we identify it early, we begin the programs to help to train these teachers, to help to identify them and manage them. we would go a long way in a few years' time to prevent the type of crime that we're having in Trinidad and Tobago. And Madam Speaker, I thank you for giving me the opportunity to contribute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honourable members, in accordance with the Standing Order 53, I beg to move that debate on the motion before the House be adjourned.
Honourable members, the question is that in accordance with Standing Order 53, debate on the motion before the House be adjourned. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Any against? I guess the ayes have it. Let me see. Announce. Honourable members, in accordance with Standing Order 126, I am to announce that there has been agreement between the Leader of the House and the Chief Whip with respect to the transaction of the further business of this House. We are now reverting to the item Prime Minister's questions.
Questions?
Leader of the Opposition.
Would the Honourable Prime Minister kindly indicate what foreign direct investment has government been able to attract from any source since September 2015 to date?
Madam Speaker, I can report that the normal streams that we have become accustomed to largely in the energy sector remain on track, and investments are being made with respect to exploration and other kinds of investment. However, we are not prepared to announce investments vice about projects which fail to materialize only because they were mentioned and could not be made to materialize. We have been subjected to a number of such projects. One was SABIC, another one was AUM2, another one was Carisal, another one was AUM22 over a protracted period of time, giving the impression that there were huge flows of foreign investment. I'm giving the assurance that when foreign direct investment, other than what we have already become accustomed to or what has been mentioned, when that becomes available, the population will be told accordingly. And in dealing with the persons and the corporate bodies who have, in fact, made commitments before and during the recent period, I am to advise that all indications are that the commitments to direct investment from external on the projects that have already been announced or underway will be sustained.
Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you very much, through Madam Speaker. Thank you very much, Honourable Prime Minister. Would the Honourable Prime Minister be able to say whether any FDI has materialized from September 2015 now? Not those that were in stream, if I understand you said those that were in stream are on track, and projected ones you are not prepared to tell us. Has any materialized from then, September, to date?
If you could tell me which particular foreign direct investment you're talking about, I might be able to address it.
Thank you, Honourable Prime Minister. Through you, Madam. Thank you, Honourable Prime Minister. From any source whatsoever, Honourable Prime Minister.
I am not in a position to identify any particular source other than the ones that we have already mentioned.
Member for Shogunas.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Is Prime Minister in a position to say whether the government is nurturing any foreign direct investment which is prepared to announce at this point in time? Nurturing or in the process of negotiation?
There are a number of initiatives which we are not in a position to announce at this time, but rest assured that we have in fact put considerable effort with respect to encouraging foreign direct investment.
Member for Caroni Central.
Well, he's not here. Madam Speaker, on behalf of the member for Caroni Central, to the Honourable Prime Minister, would the Prime Minister indicate just one specific action which his government has taken that will yield an identifiable positive economic result?
Madam Speaker, the government of Trinidad and Tobago can announce that we have taken considerable steps to eliminate corruption, waste and mismanagement, and that will have considerable benefit to our economic circumstance, starting with a reduction in the size of the cabinet and, in fact, removing opportunities for the stealing of public monies.
Member for Naparima.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Will the Prime Minister tell us what are his government's plans to transform, quote, the failed education system, end of quote, as he so described it prior to September 7, 2015?
Madam Speaker, a national consultation was held using a three-pronged approach: survey, radio, and call-in programs. And 3 sessions, one in the north, one in the south, and one in San Fernando. The recommendations will be compiled and analyzed to determine what can be implemented immediately in the middle and long term. 2 task forces established by the Prime Minister on the ECC and primary school curricula and the drafting of a refereed history textbook is underway. Both task forces are chaired by Professor Theodore Lewis. We have also taken steps for greater collaboration with the Teaching Service Commission to fill vacancies in the teaching system and in the ministry. We're also improving stakeholder relations that were fractured and involving tutor, the National Parent Teachers Association, various association of principals, and the denominational boards.
The member for Naparima.
Given the high murder rate for 2016, to date, is the Prime Minister satisfied that his government's plans to reduce the murder rate will succeed?
The answer is yes.
Member for Naparima, this is a supplemental question.
Would you agree with me that we are on a trajectory this year to record the highest murder rate in the country's history and that urgent action is required?
The answer is that the trajectory is unacceptable and urgent action is being taken.
Member for Tabaquite.
Prime Minister, with respect to the Couva Children and Adult Hospital, could the Prime Minister state what steps have been taken to ensure that the protection offered by the defect liability period is retained so as to guarantee the integrity of the site?
This particular project is the subject of considerable misinformation. Let me once and for all state that the site and the project that is called the Couva Children Hospital is a construction site. The information that I have, Madam Speaker, is that the contractor is in possession of that site and there's work going on which is to be completed to complete the construction project at the end of March. To the best of my knowledge, we are still in February. With respect to the question about defects liabilities, based on the schedule for completion, the defects liability period of 1 year will commence in April 2016 because the construction of that site, the construction project ends at the end of March if it goes according to schedule. It is only when that has been done. During this time, UDCOT will continue to provide oversight and have any defects identified and addressed by the contractor. The final certificate, which is the performance certificate, will not be issued to the contractor until all defects have been satisfactorily addressed. With respect to the general maintenance of the facility, UDCOT will ensure that the facility is properly secured and maintained, inclusive of major medical equipment and furnishings. And with respect to opening this Couva Hospital, which is as of today a construction site, it also involves staffing, and of course you know the access, you know the road washway. Staffing is a major consideration. Even at the end of March when the construction would have ended, we have the concern of where the staff will come from. If we draw the requisite staff from the other hospitals, then there is the risk of us deteriorating the services in those hospitals. We do not wish to do that. So we have to take steps to ensure that we have staffing placed there which will not cause deterioration in the other hospitals. That is a major consideration. Thirdly, the government has taken steps to review the entire healthcare delivery across the country, which takes into account this particular facility as well as a new one. And therefore, we are expecting the report of that committee, the Welsh committee, in April. And when that committee reports, the government will be so guided. But most equally important, as we look at this, we are prepared to consider public-private partnership with respect to all or part of that facility in Cuba.
Member for Naparima.
Is the Prime Minister willing to assure this Honourable House that the warranties on the expensive equipment at the Children's Hospital in respect of equipment like CT scans and MRI equipment are being maintained?
I have just said that UDCOT will ensure that there's security of the site and protection of the assets. If the construction site is stocked with equipment that is sensitive in the intervening period, the government will take every step to preserve the integrity of that equipment. On the other hand, if the government is unable to do that because the circumstances don't allow it to happen, those who did that by stocking it with sensitive equipment while this is a construction site will hold them personally responsible.
Member for Tabaquite.
Prime Minister, you mentioned in your response that the road had collapsed. But are you aware that there was equipment working on the northeastern side of that road that may have caused the collapse of the road?
Yes. Member, that is asking for an opinion. I will not allow that question. Member for Naparima.
Would the Honourable Prime Minister, by the same token, be hold those accountable if the equipment is at the hospital and they fail to maintain it in a condition that requires the protection of state property?
Madam Speaker, I have answered that question already.
Member for Princess Down.
Madam Speaker, through you to the Honourable Prime Minister, can the Prime Minister indicate how many applications the Children's Life Fund has received since September 2015 and how many have actually received assistance?
For the period September 2015 to present, 7 persons were assisted to the tune of $2.285 million. For the same period, September 2015 to now, 16 persons were approved with a dollar value of $4.262 million. For the month of February 2016, 6 applications were received. And for the period September 8th to present, we have received no complaint of money being stolen from the fund.
Member for Princess Down.
Madam Speaker, again through you to the Honourable Prime Minister. Will the Prime Minister indicate whether the Central Statistical Office has advised the government of the unemployment rate for the last quarter of 2015, and if so, what is the rate?
Prime Minister.
With reference to the labour force, the unemployment rate for the period third quarter of 2015 was 3.4%. The data for the fourth quarter 2015 is due at the end of the first quarter of 2016, and that quarter ends at the end of March.
Member for Couva South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. To the Honourable Prime Minister, would the Prime Minister indicate what measures and mechanisms are being implemented by the government to address the rising tide of unemployment since the 7th of September 2015?
Madam Speaker, proactively, the Ministry of Labour has been communicating with employers' organizations as well as employees' bodies on the need for a tripartite approach to resolving issues that may face organizations in these trying economic times, so that retrenchment and layoffs do not become the first options for businesses. A collective approach focused on developing strategies and solutions in order to mitigate against job losses and alleviate the impact on workers and businesses. That's being promoted. Direct intervention by the Honourable Minister of Labour, either when requested or as needed, as in the recent case of ArcelorMittal or Tofco. And yet the Minister commits to continue to facilitate open channels of communication between employers and trade unions so that all possible avenues would be explored in order to save the jobs of workers. Job placement and advisory service, which are effected through the National Employment Service, job seekers can register, view vacancies, and post their CVs. Job counseling and advice are also available. The NES is also utilized by employers who post their register and have their vacancies posted. The government remains committed to creating decent and sustainable jobs. One way in which this is being done is through the promotion of entrepreneurship. Persons who have recently experienced job loss, as well as the general public, can access a range of training programs and business support services provided by NEDCO, the National Entrepreneurship Development Company Limited. Startup capital is also available through loans provided by NEDCO to persons meeting certain criteria. Additionally, business incubator services are available through the National Integrated Business Incubation System, IBIS, and the Entrepreneurial Training Institute and Incubation Center, ETICC. The IBIS program is collaborative in approach, involving public-private partnership where individuals can access training, mentoring, research, and also financing. And there are other programs through ETIC, which offers assistance in the development and implementation of business strategies through mentoring, entrepreneurial training, and basic support, in addition to marketing and distribution support. At this time, we are reviewing all of the entrepreneurship initiatives under the Ministry of Labour, and we will take steps to strengthen them as required. And there are also opportunities under the credit union initiatives of the ministry.
Madam Speaker, through you to the Honourable Prime Minister, is the Honourable Prime Minister prepared to heed the calls of the Steelworkers Union to meet with him to discuss the matter concerning over 200 workers being retrenched by Centron?
I thought, Madam Speaker, that is public knowledge across. There was a statement being made on more than one occasion that the Minister of Labour has met with the relevant labour bodies, met with the unions, and all that has to be done has been done. And in fact, I had seen a report that some kind of agreement had been arrived at with respect to relief for the workers and so on. So I'm not aware of any meeting that ought to take place that hasn't taken place.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honourable Prime Minister, supplemental question. You spoke of open channels of communications with regard to persons who have been retrenched. Those open channels of communications, are they extended to banks and to HGC, where persons would have mortgages?
I'm not sure I understand the question. I'm not sure. The open channels I refer to are channels to the ministry from client members of the ministry.
South.
Madam Speaker, in light of what has been said to the House by the Honourable Prime Minister, will the Prime Minister advise the House that his cabinet is willing to consider a review of the Retrenchment and Severance Benefit Act in light of what is taking place in the country and the establishment of an unemployment insurance fund?
Those matters are not currently before the Cabinet, Madam Speaker.
Member for Oropuch East.
Thank you very much. Honourable Prime Minister, in relation to the wave of retrenchment we heard of earlier in the afternoon, is the Prime Minister and the government contemplating assisting workers who have been retrenched by way of government support to assist for bills, whether it's rental, mortgages, grocery, and so on, in the immediate future?
The assistance that I know of, the Minister of Labour intervened and got some sort of agreement from one company to make relief payments to workers. I'm not apprised of the fact that they have accepted that. I understand that there's some unfinished business with respect to the acceptance of that relief. But with respect to a change of policy where government will pay the bills of retrenched workers, I cannot go beyond the existing social support systems that apply under those circumstances.
Honourable members, this sitting is suspended till 5 minutes past 5. You move it in. Yeah.
Follow the Parliament of Trinidad and Tobago on Twitter. Our call sign is @TTParliament. You're viewing the Parliament Channel 11, also broadcasting on 105.5 FM.
Just the mention of the name, the Red House, and the image of the magnificent red building located within the capital city of Port of Spain comes to mind. It covers an entire block from Hart Street to Knox Street and sits perfectly between Abercrombie and St. Vincent Streets. The Red House is the seat of this country's democracy and was once used to host parliamentary proceedings. Its history dates back to the 1800s when the first building was constructed and painted red to celebrate the Diamond Jubilee of Queen Victoria. As a result of its color, citizens coined the phrase the Red House to describe the building, a label that has lasted to this day. Following the water riots in 1903, which resulted in the first building being gutted by fire, the Red House was rebuilt and opened to the public in 1907. Since then, the building has hosted a variety of government functions and many historic events, particularly the official ceremony that marked this country's first day of independence on August 31st, 1962. Over the years, the structure of the Red House weakened and restorative works commenced at the site. Prior to this, however, it became necessary to excavate several inspection units at various locations throughout the Red House. This was done in order to provide for structural reinforcement inspection works for the seismic retrofitting of the building. In March 2013, during excavation works, human skeletal and biological remains, bone fragments, mollusks, and pre-colonial cultural material were found in the basement of the Red House. Archaeologists were brought in to conduct excavation and post-excavation analyses at the site. The late Mr. Peter Harris led the archaeological team during the early stages of the excavation process. However, due to his demise, Dr. Basil Reed, senior lecturer in archaeology at the University of the West Indies, was brought on board to lead the archaeological team and continue excavation works on July 1, 2013. During the removal exercise, 6 complete skeletons, 36 incomplete skeletons, 3 sets of long bones, and 1 skull in a pot were discovered. Several coins were also unearthed, of which the most valuable is a $1 US gold luster coin. Samples of the unearthed material were sent abroad for DNA testing and radiocarbon dating in order to determine the ethnicity, gender, and age of the bones. 2 particular samples of shells belonging to the group of pre-colonial material discovered at the Red House were sent abroad to be dated. Tests reveal they were from the periods 5510 to 5330 BC and 4330 to 4130 BC. Over 13,000 individual fragments of European ceramics were discovered, as well as adornos and colonial period ceramics. Artifacts and various Amerindian pottery were discovered throughout the Red House basement, along with shells and fragments of animal bones belonging to 8 species of animals. Numerous stone artifacts and pottery found buried with at least 9 of the skeletons suggest that they were directly linked to the interment process. It is also believed that landfill from the Laventil quarry was used to fill the area before the first building was constructed. To date, approximately 2,260 cubic meters of soil has been excavated since work began at the site in July 2013. Although excavation works were completed in September 2014, all skeletal testing should be completed by mid-January 2015. An agreement signed by the Office of the Parliament and the University of Central Florida has facilitated a visit by Dr. John Schultz, a forensic anthropologist, and his assistant, who will examine and conduct tests on the skeletons and bones during that period. Dialogue has been ongoing between the Red House Historical Cultural Heritage Team, a cabinet-appointed committee, and representatives of the 3 First Peoples groups to determine the ideal location to house the cultural remains. The committee has agreed in principle that all the remains of the First Peoples should be interred on the grounds of the Red House with an appropriate sign indicating the significance of the area. In the interim, the First Peoples have been allowed to hold religious ceremonies on the Red House grounds. The archaeological team will continue work beyond the retrieval phase for the purpose of completing the processing and collating of the finds. An academic publication detailing the restorative and excavation works will be compiled and published, and all information gathered will be forwarded to the Archaeological Subcommittee of the National Trust of Trinidad and Tobago. The Red House is and continues to be an iconic building situated within the nation's capital. These recent findings can only add to the remarkable significance of the building and may answer questions about our country's former inhabitants who called our island their home centuries ago.
The Hall of Justice is the symbol of the administration of justice in Trinidad and Tobago. Every aspect of the Hall of Justice was designed to reflect the seriousness and significance of its function as a judicial governmental structure. Located in the heart of Port of Spain, it is surrounded by historic buildings of political, social, and religious significance. It was designed to take its place among rather than overwhelm these important buildings. By the 1960s, it had become clear that a building for the judiciary was needed. The Supreme Court was located in the Red House as well as other legal quarters, and it had become extremely crowded.
So we were, when I say we, the legal system, the judges and the profession, we were outsiders being given accommodation by other government departments. But when we moved into the Hall of Justice, this was a different situation altogether, and one that was much more compatible with the proper recognition of the judiciary as one of the three arms of the government.
The design of the building was the result of an international competition, which was won by Anthony C. Lewis and Associates in 1973. The task of building a Hall of Justice was an extremely complex one, and ACLA formed alliances with different international specialists to help with the project. It was also an extremely large undertaking, involving 256,000 square feet that needed to include 16 courts on one floor. ACLA negotiated a contract with the British contracting firm Higgs & Hill, based on only 6 drawings. But by the time the building was complete, 3,000 drawings had been done. An important aspect of the design was that it needed to be compatible with the scale of the surrounding buildings on Woodford Square. Another challenge to the architects was the fact that the courts had to be designed with separate, discrete circulation patterns.
It's very complex because there are many different types of people that move around in this building that must never meet. Obviously, the judges who can't exactly meet, the prisoner in the corridor, they have to move in a certain discrete area of communication. Then you have the jurors as well, who must be completely uncontaminated by any meeting of anybody.
The interior of the Hall of Justice was constructed with great consideration paid to the seriousness of the building's purpose. The colors in the courts were somber, with brown wood, dark carpets, and the lighting was specifically muted. There was also great complexity to how the courtrooms were laid out.
The way a court is designed is remarkably complex. For a little room, you think it's a room, but the angle that the witness gives evidence at to the position of the judge, he has to be able to observe the whole room, including the face of the witness, very important, to see his inflections and so on, and how he's responding to the questions. So do the jury, if there's a jury in that court.
One of the highlights of the building is the open public spaces, which create a very different impact compared to the sober and serious courts.
The hall itself, the Hall of Justice, the hall that connects all the public hall, that is a brighter room and much more cheerful as well. But the scale of it, is huge. It's 2 or 3 stories high, and everything is connected to it. A beautiful space, really. It's like a cathedral.
Externally, every aspect of the design has a specific function and purpose. The top and the bottom of the building was sloped in to help break down the scale and keep it from being overpowering. The exterior panels also served an important role as a heat and sound barrier, critical elements for a central city location. The panels were made in Holland out of a self-cleansing concrete with aggregate and connected by stainless steel brackets.
Now, the existing design is very typical of the contemporary minimalist designs or functionalist designs, in that the materials are all natural, all raw. As you see, nothing on the exterior of the building is painted.
The Hall of Justice was completed on September 21st, 1985. It housed the Court of Appeal, the Civil and Criminal Divisions of the High Court in Port of Spain, and the Tax Appeal Board. There was a main library on the second floor, as well as a tax appeal court. the Hall of Justice was also witness to a significant moment in Trinidad's political history.
Well, it was in 1990, July the 27th, and we were having a wine and cheese party in the Hall of Justice when word came that the Parliament was under attack by people with guns and so on. And, some of our number went upstairs to a higher level to look through the glass at the Red House to see what they could. All of a sudden, a bullet came through one of the glass panes, and that quickly dispersed the lawyers who were up there, and they came down looking very ashen white, pale, and they confirmed that this was actually happening.
Today, the Hall of Justice stands as a symbol of our independent judiciary.
I'm pleased that local professionals and local craftsmen had a major role in this project. It's an extremely high quality project. Anywhere in the world, this building would stand against any international court building of its time.
The Hall of Justice honors both the significance of its function as well as its location in Port of Spain's historic center. Its design is indicative of its importance as the home of the judicial arm of the government of Trinidad and Tobago.
This is the Parliament Channel and Parliament Radio 105.5 FM.
A leafy haven from the hustle and bustle of downtown Port of Spain, Woodford Square has for centuries been an important gathering place for the population. An open space of beauty, it has also been a site of political activism, religious fervor, and lively entertainment. Woodford Square is the green heart of the city. Centuries, Woodford Square has been a place of importance. It was significant to the Caribs, who called it the place of souls. Originally situated along the banks of the St. Anne's River, it was moved to its current location by Spanish Governor Chacon when he rerouted the river. In 1797, the park became known as Brunswick Square, after the House of Brunswick in Bavaria, close allies to the British royal family. For a time, the haven turned nightmarish, as the square became a place where many enslaved people were flogged or hanged. In 1803, 3 slave leaders were hung in the square. Their brutal execution used to set an example to other dissidents. When in 1808, Port of Spain was engulfed by a terrible fire that destroyed 3,000 buildings, Brunswick Square provided a temporary home to 2,000 enslaved people, as well as white and colored citizens. Sir Ralph Woodford became governor to Trinidad and Tobago in 1813 and immediately started to lay out the city of Port of Spain in a more planned and orderly fashion following the 1808 fire.
He was an energetic man, an energetic governor. He was dedicated to what he saw as the development of the island commercially, economically, politically, socially. He was a builder and a reformer, and he tried to carry out his mission of making Trinidad more British, but he was also deeply hostile to the aspirations of the free colored class, and by no means a friend of the slaves.
Governor Woodford's German botanists planted rare tropical trees from Trinidad and South America, and the park was squared off into a design that was based on the British flag. The center of the park was meant to be the original site of the Trinity Cathedral, but public outcry led to its being moved to its current location just south of the square. The bandstand was built in 1917 and opened by the then mayor, Dr. E. Prada. In 1866, Scotsman Gregor Turnbull donated a beautiful Triton fountain for the center of the square. Made of cast iron, it features mermaids and mermen. Crafted in the Baroque style, the original artwork is believed to have been done by the Austrian sculptor Victor Tilgner. Iron railings were erected around the square in 1892. By the end of the 1800s, Brunswick Square was at the heart of Port of Spain, bordered by the Red House, the Holy Trinity Cathedral, and the National Library.
The idea that was in focus at the point in time was that there should be a central open space in the capital, and around that central open space should be public buildings.
During World War I, Brunswick Square became Woodford Square.
Brunswick is a German principality. During World War I, everything German was taboo, so it was renamed for the governor who had laid it out.
In the 1950s, Eric Williams used the square for public lectures in which he challenged the British imperial system in Trinidad, and the term University of Woodford Square was coined. Williams made his famous "Let Down My Bucket" speech in the square, in which he declared his intention to enter political life.
Woodford Square, most importantly, is where the political identity of Trinbagonians was born. Everyone has heard about the University of Woodford Square, and many people still remember very, very fondly the stirring speeches that the then Chief Minister, Dr. Eric Williams, gave.
The bandstand has since become a central point for political rallies. In the 1970s, Woodford Square was the focal point of marches and demonstrations protesting inequality, unemployment, and other social issues of the time. Meetings of the National Joint Action Committee, NJAC, were also held in Woodford Square, their rallying cry of "Power to the People" ringing out across the area. NJAC dubbed the square the People's Parliament, and it became an integral meeting point during the Black Power demonstrations. Today, a lively political forum still takes place in the southeast corner of the square. The Speaker's Corner allows anyone to present their views on current issues. Points for topical discussion are listed on a blackboard, and current issues are debated fiercely. From the 18th century to today, Woodford Square has been a vibrant part of Port of Spain's landscape. A central meeting place for the population, it is still a place for rousing political rallies, religious events, craft fairs, and of course, liming. Enclosed within these wrought iron railings is the heart of Port of Spain.
Experience that again the Speaker of the House would have been to how to
control a crowd, and also how to carry myself in a manner of respect and of dignity, because the speaker has a history attached to it of someone who is seen in as high esteem within the general public and within the political arena. And to me, being given that option and that portfolio, I was very happy to know that I had to carry myself in that manner, and the other youth parliamentarians looked at me for guidance and for leadership. So I think that's the experience that I'll take with. So from here on in to basically, how do I become a lot more mature? I don't think that politics is going to be a career path for me. I think I'm more leaning towards and heading towards the area of diplomacy. My degree is in international relations, and I will hope to specialize in peace and conflict resolution. So I believe that diplomacy is more my career path, but if the government wishes to employ me as a speaker full-time, I would have no problem. But not politics, but more so diplomacy and representing Trinidad and Tobago in the United Nations.
I do not view myself as the best debater here today, because there are so many contributions from, we had the minister from Faizabad, we had the minister from Laventille East, that was so good, such a high standard. They were so crisp, so clear in their deliveries. They had great diction, they had great points that were concise. But I think that they really deserve this and not me. I guess the best thing that I can say is hard work really pays off, and you need to put effort and passion into anything you're doing, because if you're not passionate, if you don't care about what it is you're pursuing, then the drive and motivation, the love and connection for not only the topic but the people you deal with in whatever field it may be will not be there. So once you love what you're about, and once you know what you're about, you'll always be fine.
This is the Parliament Channel and Parliament Radio 105.5 FM.
Well, it has affected Jamaica considerably. It's estimated that jumping forward to the present period, that there are as many Jamaicans living outside of Jamaica in the United Kingdom and Canada, the United States primarily, as in Jamaica. Now, this has affected us negatively very, very badly. The more educated people have left, and we talk of the brain drain, as you know, and that has meant that a great deal of the manpower that is needed to develop the country is no longer here within its boundaries. At the same time, one has to acknowledge that the remittances from the diaspora are a considerable benefit to the country. At the present time, the remittances from Jamaicans overseas to Jamaica are the major source of foreign exchange inflows. Certainly ahead of bauxite, alumina, neck and neck with tourism, but in a way ahead of tourism because of the retention factor. Much of the dollars that come in from tourists who come here go back out in terms of the goods and services which they buy, which have to be imported. So there is that good side and bad side. The migration has reduced the pressure on the domestic economy and society, taking the pressure out of the system, which otherwise might have blown. One negative impact, which I don't think enough has been made of, is on the family structure. That very often the women who play such an important role in our country in so many ways, the backbone of the household, have had to migrate, and that has disrupted the kind of stability and socialization of the young people into civic values and into appropriate conduct, and thereby diminished the level of civility, particularly among the youth in the last few decades. So migration has been positive in some cases, but a negative in others, and part of the responsibility that all of us face now is how to reduce the negative consequences and enhance the positive feedback from migration.
You're viewing the Parliament Channel 11, also broadcasting on 105.5 FM.
Honorable Speaker.
A 15? A 15? Leader of the House.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I beg to move that this House do now adjourn to Friday, the 11th of March at 1:30 p.m. And on that day, we will do Bill number 1 on the order paper.
There's only one bill on the order paper.
So,
Honorable members, there are two matters that qualify to be raised on the motion for the adjournment of the House, filed by the member for Tabaquite. I will now call upon the member for Tabaquite.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, when the Honourable Member for Aruka, for Digomatin Northeast used to sit in this seat, he was the champion of these motions on the adjournment. Seems this seat has a very special significance.
Yes.
Only thing is that he moved to that side, and I will rise and move to that side also. Madam Speaker, the title of the motion is the apparent cessation of the work on the highway to Point 14 and its implications arising thereof for the economy of Trinidad and Tobago. Madam Speaker, I want to thank you for the opportunity to raise the matter of this cessation of work, or some may say apparent cessation of work on the highway to Point Fortin, from both ends, from the end from Mosquito Creek down through La Brea to Point Fortin, on the other side from Gandhi Village right on to Faizabad. Madam Speaker, if you were to travel in that area, the site of abandoned construction activity on the highway to Point Fortin is marked by incomplete bridges, the Gorino Bridge, the Mosquito Creek Bridge, the site of the abandoned Suchit Trace Bridge, incomplete lanes from La Romaine to Paria Suites and on to St. Mary's Junction, South Oraput, the absence of equipment working feverishly as they did prior to September 7, 2015, the site of workers, and we heard from the Minister of Labour today, 317 workers, I believe she said, of OAS who no longer have jobs. Well, the OWTU in a newspaper report this week was reporting 1,000 workers. Because while OAS might have laid off 317 workers, the subcontractors have also laid off almost all their workers. So it's closer to about 2,000 workers who have been laid off of the project on the highway to Point Fortin. And all of this that we see, this lack of activity, reflects a new sense of hopelessness that now exists and decadence, which has engulfed the population in the southwestern peninsula and in South Trinidad in particular. The people from Mondesi to Point Fortin, from Gandhi Village to Faizabad, are therefore not now sure that they will get their highway, and with it the opening up of new economic activities in the southwestern peninsula. We must remember, Madam Speaker, that though that region has been producing an enormous amount of wealth for the country, energy wealth, it has not similarly benefited from that wealth in terms of infrastructural development. And since 1966, when this highway was first promised, that became reality 45 years later, now what we are hearing today from the Minister of Works when he answered a question earlier is that it seems to me that the highway has been stopped. The whole question of he's saying the highway is being reviewed is really the highway is stopped. And he then also said that OS is owed no money. He said that they don't have any money to pay contractors. Is the country bankrupt? Is the country bankrupt? And the Minister of Finance may have to answer that. So the hopes of the people of this part of the country for social and economic benefits, which would have come from the highway, are being dashed. The lives of families, including children, are now seriously impacted upon because of the inability of their parents to, as economic providers, to sustain them. You recall just this week on CNC3, on the business segment, we saw a segment where a teacher had to call in a father who had lost his job in the energy sector to let him know that his 8-year-old daughter was seriously depressed in the school because he had lost his job. So the psychological battering of children and adults will have a high social toll, and this includes what is happening on that highway. Madam Speaker, in a recession, government is expected to spend money to keep jobs and to stimulate the economy. The cessation of work on the highway has already led to lower economic activity in the southwestern peninsula, in South Trinidad also. And I want to tell you, Madam Speaker, that southwestern peninsula has had the highest rate of unemployment ever in terms of females in particular in that area. It's a very poor area. So this highway had a lot of promise and a lot of hope. The response of the government to my statement here today will be that no proper financing was put in place and therefore the highway could not continue. Madam Speaker, I ask very honestly and sincerely, if this was so, and even if the partnership government had used monies from the consolidated fund as well as borrowed, the fact is that the highway was progressing towards a completion date in 2016. Yes. What the government needs to explain to the country is why after 6 months in office, it has not been able to arrange financing for the project. Or at least tell this Honourable House what financial plans you're putting in place for the completion of the highway. Is it that you're sacrificing this highway now for your project, which is the highway to Toco from Valencia? And I noted in today's newspaper, the Newsday I believe it was, that the Minister of Communication is saying that when asked about how it's going to be financed, he said that it's going to be financed from the consolidated fund.
3 more minutes.
Madam Speaker, consider what is happening in the country now. Consider what is happening in the country. Madam Speaker, hundreds of workers, thousands of workers gone home. But I want to quickly state to you, Madam Speaker, that prior to the elections of 2015, arrangements were made with contractors, local contractors, to complete this highway. And several local contractors, on the advice of the Ministry of Works and Infrastructure, presented proposals for work as what you call nominated subcontractors, and that had been agreed to by OS. And negotiations had been completed, and successfully so, within a maximum of 10% range of engineers' estimates that were prepared by ACOM, the consultants, for segments of the highway between Superior and Mondesi. And the board of NIDCO on August 20, 2015, approved and consented to the engineer ACOM to instruct OS that nominated subcontractors be employed. Madam Speaker, it is also being said that we have overpaid on the highway and X, Y, and Z. Madam Speaker, I want to say that when we left office at the end of October, the last report prepared for NIDCO, which might be in the hands of Minister of Finance, would show that $3.48 billion of the $5.56 billion was paid for design and construction works to OS. $296 million of the advance payment remained. 296 million remain. So if they are referring to this as overpayment, this is fully secured, as the minister would know. Fully secured, the Minister of Finance will know. And at the end of October, of the $7.5 billion, only $5.1 billion was spent, which represents 63% of all the work on the highway. And included in that was $577 million of $800 million had been allocated for land acquisition, and 439 properties were acquired. So it's wrong to say that there were overpayments on the highway. And these are the figures provided by NIDCO. The same NIDCO, the Honorable Prime Minister criticized when he answered a question on January 20th about NIDCO, saying they didn't trust NIDCO. This is the same NIDCO you're asking today to come and give you the design works and so on for the highway from Valencia to Toco. So NIDCO is giving you these figures. You say I don't trust them, but you could trust in the same NIDCO to do more work for you. Madam Speaker, there are tremendous implications of what is being done here for the well-being and welfare of the people of South. And it seems to me that the highway to Point Fortin is now a dead issue on the part of the administration. Madam Speaker, I think that is wrong. Madam Speaker, they said that we did not put in place money to finance the highway. Madam Speaker, that is wrong. That is totally wrong. In fact, on November 26, 2014, the Ministry of Finance and the Economy indicated the agreement of the government that the Royal Bank of Trinidad and Tobago be awarded the mandate to arrange and underwrite a bridging facility of up to 1 year in the amount of $1.5 billion. That is after, on October 16, 2014, NIDCO got $200 million, and another $900 million they had gotten between October 13 and September 14, and another $1 billion on August 8, 2012. We were putting in place the monies to do this highway, Madam Speaker. And it was also agreed that RBC Merchant Bank of the Caribbean be awarded the mandate to arrange a 15-year fixed rate bond to replace the bridge facility. And that is how NIDCO received that $1.5 billion on December 24, 2014. So it's wrong to say that we did not put in place arrangements, or were not putting in place arrangements. But in the last 6 months, they have done nothing to do it, because their intention is to close down that highway and close down that project altogether. After waiting from 1966 to 2011, the PNM comes back into office, and they're destroying the hopes and destroying the aspirations and the economic infrastructure of the people of that area. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Minister of Works and Transport.
Where is the Minister? Where is the Minister of Works? You are Minister of everything.
Madam Speaker, I will respond on behalf of the Minister of Works.
No, you don't sit on the substitute bench, you're in the main bench.
Madam Speaker, the Solomon Hochoy Highway was originally designed as a 47-kilometer four-lane highway, and with 5 kilometers of 2-lane connector roads, to be built to international freeway standards. And I will confine my presentation, Madam Speaker, simply to the facts. I will not get into the extraneous matters, and I dare say the histrionics of the honourable member opposite. It was implemented under a design-build model. The Brazilian contractor, Constructura OES, was engaged under the Federation of Consulting Engineers FIDIC contract conditions and commenced design and construction works in March 2011 with an original completion date of March 2015. This completion date has since been extended by mutual agreement via a contract addendum to May 2016. To date, I am advised that less than 50% of the construction work on this project has been completed. As of December 2015, construction works were ongoing, although slowly, on several segments of the highway, including Debe to Pinal, Dumfries to St. Mary's Junction, and Mont Desir to Point Fortin. On the 31st of March 2015, OAS filed for judicial reorganization, also known as bankruptcy, in Sao Paulo, Brazil, in order to negotiate its debts. And although OAS has said it wishes to maintain its contractual obligations, it has also said we are advised that it does not wish to remain mobilized after the current completion date of the 20th of May 2016. This is the information available to us at this time. On the 16th of December 2015, the contractor demobilized from site for the Christmas vacation with a plan to remobilize on the 5th of January 2015. However, to date, the works are still to resume, and OAS has reported several commercial issues with suppliers, subcontractors, and workers that, as far as they are concerned, restrict their ability to recommence. OAS has given verbal advice of their commitment to negotiate and settle all outstanding debts. But information provided by AECOM, the consulting engineers, suggests that over the last 2 months, OAS has been engaging several creditors in an attempt to secure debt relief. The government of Trinidad and Tobago is now reviewing the remainder of this project. When this project was conceptualized by the PNM several years ago, the objectives were to stimulate economic and social development in the southwestern region by providing proper access for the movement of people and goods. Also to support industrial development in the Point Fortin and Labrie area by providing improved road access, and to encourage rural settlement, to bring higher levels of services closer to residents, to encourage a wider distribution of economic activities away from traditional areas such as Port of Spain and San Fernando, and to increase employment and income levels. It was also intended to provide easier access to the southwestern region, to reduce travel times between that region and San Fernando and other areas of Trinidad, and to allow easier movement of people, goods and services, and to open up new lands for development. The future of this project is now under active review, and there are several major issues impacting the project that will need to be resolved in order to move forward, including there has been no activity, as I indicated earlier, during the months of January and February 2016. There's increasing tension between project suppliers, subcontractors, and OAS as a result of non-payment. Suppliers and workers have engaged in sporadic protest action. There's uncertainty regarding a significant number of workers on the project. OAS has made a commitment to compensate all workers as per existing agreement guided by the labor laws of Trinidad and Tobago. We are advised that they have made this commitment. The workers are currently protesting the non-payment of severance benefits and the certainty of their future job prospects. Works are at risk, permanent works, to physical damage or vandalism and theft due to the contractor's non-performance and absence from the site since December 16, 2015. There are a number of environmental issues, including drainage issues, dust issues, and other environmental impact issues that have resulted from the contractor's absence on site. And a number of residents remain negatively impacted by works done by the contractor. The current adverse state of the project has drastically changed the schedule and could have serious implications for the final costs. Once the way forward for the continuation of the project is finalized, a new schedule and a rephasing of key deliverables will be developed. This review is underway. and we wish to give the assurance that the best solution for this project in the public interest will be pursued. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Member for Tabaquite.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The motion here is the failure of the government to begin construction of the Brothers Road Tabaquite Early Childhood Care and Education Center and the apparent cessation of construction of the Early Childhood Care and Education Center at Soniram Trace, Lower Pune, on the compounds of Operation Smile, which is a home for children. Madam Speaker, I rise to raise this most important matter affecting the constituents in my constituency of Tabaquite, where I'm privileged to be the sitting member of Parliament. Madam Speaker, the parents and children, especially at Brothers Road Tabaquite, are being denied the opportunity for modern facilities and a facilitative educational environment consistent with the goal of ensuring a proper foundation for early childhood education. As you know, this was one of the major goals of the People's Administration government. We all know the importance of early childhood education, and that a proper early childhood educational experience in the molding of character, in instilling human values, and side by side with responsive parental care and development, the creation of a balanced individual with proper social skills. If you lose that with a child before the age of 6, you have lost a lot of that child's life in the future. If you know Brothers Road, Madam Speaker, it stretches from the junction where the old Tantique facility was located, a facility which was unceremoniously closed down several moons ago. There are no early childhood centers in close proximity, and hence young children have to go outside of the village as far as New Grant and Tabaquite proper. Brothers Road is a largely agricultural community surrounded by large acreages of teak. In the case of Soniram Trace facility, work has commenced and then appeared to have slowed down and even stopped. And all you see is some sanctions, steel sanctions on the premises, but no work is going on. In the case of Brothers Road, it never started. Although for many years prior to 2010, lands were allocated next to the health center for this facility. What is even worse is that in Brothers Road, the children were accommodated in the community center, and then they were evicted from the community center because of an unpaid electricity bill. And I have no shame or compunction in saying that although I pleaded with the then minister in charge, Mr. Winston Peters, he did nothing in order to help alleviate that situation in Brothers Road. And I am speaking on behalf of my constituents, and I'm letting the chips fall where they fall, because I really and truly pleaded on behalf of those 22 children who were put out on the pavement one day. And the community council in there, and I would not get into politics now, the community council there, because of a bill for, I think it's just about $11,000 electricity bill, they put the children out on the road in that particular area there in Brothers Road, unceremoniously. They were thrown out of the center, and the ministry never intervened to pay the electricity bill. A tremendous burden for relocation outside of the village and inconvenience was experienced and continues to be experienced by the parents and children. Madam Speaker, it is well and good to have consultations on the education system. It is well and good to make all kinds of derogatory statements about the children. It is well and good to admonish parents for neglecting their role and responsibility in shaping the quality of minds of the children. Incidentally, as I said earlier today, the need for discipline and consequences for indiscipline in schools is something I personally support. The causes of indiscipline, however, must be researched and used to fashion interventions which are appropriate. However, that having been said, it is equally important that you have physical institutions that are proper and are quality in terms of the institution itself, so that you can give the best human environment and learning environment to both teachers and students. One of the unfortunate aspects of our society is our penchant in this society for lots of talks, lots of consultations, lots of report writing, but we are very short on action. very short on action. And what this population is concerned about is not to hear talk, but what you're going to do. What you're going to do. And that is something that I'm asking the minister today. What are you going to do on Brothers Road and Sonny Ram Trace Early Childhood Centers? We are failing in action, which will close the gap between talk and positive outputs. And in that way, we are failing the young children, the preschoolers in the country. My dear Madam Speaker, the PP government did construct 102 early childhood centers. Did construct that. 102 new ones, schools, sorry. And 98 schools were in construction when we left office. It is a reflection of our commitment to the welfare of children of our nation and to their parents and teachers. A commitment to the kind and quality of society where well-balanced individuals will emerge. In that context, Madam Speaker, Brothers Road and Sonny Ram Trace, Operation Smile, which, as I said, is a home for children, and there are children there who are going to university, by the way, deserve better after all these years. And I intend to pursue the construction of these centers for the full use and benefit of the community. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Minister of Education.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Let me begin by assuring my friend on the other side that this government is committed to the early childhood care and education sector in this country. And we will do everything possible to ensure that that sector is given the status and the resources that it needs. The member for Tabaquite spoke about consultations. I just want to remind him that the consultations that we had very successfully focused to some extent on this sector. And towards this end, we are looking at recommendations to have this sector fully integrated into the Education Act. So I want the member for Tabaquite to know that we are very serious where the ECCE centers are concerned. And therefore, we will not stymie the construction of any of these centers. But the truth must be told. And today, I'm here to speak the truth. Madam Speaker, the construction of the Brothers Road Tabaquite Early Childhood Center and Education Center was scheduled to begin in early 2015. In early 2015. However, there have been challenges in obtaining all of the land-related documentation that are required for obtaining the Town and Country Planning Division's approval for the project. Since 2015, the government has been struggling in an effort to obtain the necessary land approvals. And it is only when these approvals are obtained that the Town and Country Planning Division would give their stamp of approval. Madam Speaker, in April of 2015, it was reported by representatives of the Ministry of Education in a meeting between the Ministry and the Education Facilities Company Limited, EFCL, that although the Brothers Road Tabaquite ECCE Center project was approved by the Commissioner of State Lands, the approval of the Cabinet had not been obtained for issuance of the requisite survey order. There was no approval of Cabinet. Madam Speaker, there was no approval of Cabinet. Madam Speaker, it was the responsibility of the then Minister of Land and Marine Resources to take the appropriate note to the Cabinet seeking the Cabinet's approval for the issuance of the survey order. That was never done. The Executing Agency for School Construction Projects, the EFCL, raised the issues of resolving the outstanding cabinet approval for this survey order with the Ministry of Education by way of a letter that was dated April 28, 2015. Madam Speaker, to date, the aforementioned cabinet approval has not been obtained, and as such, arrangements for the construction of the Brothers Road Tabaquite ECCE Center have not progressed further. Certainly, it is not the fault of this government. Madam Speaker, with respect to the ECCE Center at Suniram Trace, Lower Pune, the construction of the Early Childhood Care and Education Center at Suniram Trace, Lower Pune, is ongoing and was never stopped by either the Ministry of Education or its executing agency, the Education Facilities Company Limited. It was never stopped. Additionally, works have not been suspended by either the contractor for the project, who is T.N. Ramnorth and Company Limited, or the project consultant, FIDIC Engineer. The Ministry of Education is pleased to inform this Honorable House that the construction of the Early Childhood Care and Education Center at Suniram Trace, Lower Pune, is of high priority for the Ministry of Education, and that all stakeholders involved in the execution of this project are still on board. Madam Speaker, the project is approximately 20% completed. Structural works and the foundation have been completed. Fabrication of the steel structure is complete, and erection of the steel structure is currently ongoing. The Ministry of Education was aware that there was some slowing of activity on the construction site, but this was due to a change of the steel fabricator by the contractor. However, the contractor has confirmed that the progress of works at the site is expected to increase by Monday, the 29th of February, 2016. That's Monday to come. And all structural steel members will be delivered on site for the completion of this process. The EFCL has informed the Ministry of Education that the construction period has been extended to April 30th, 2016. Thank you.
Honorable members, the question is that this House do now adjourn to Friday, the 11th of March, 2016 at 1:30 p.m. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any against? No. The ayes have it. This House now stands adjourned to Friday, the 11th of March, 2016 at 1:30 p.m.
This has been a presentation of the Parliament Channel and Parliament Radio 105.5 FM. You're viewing the Parliament Channel 11, also broadcasting on 105.5 FM. Follow the Parliament of Trinidad and Tobago on Twitter. Our call sign is @TTParliament. Parliament Outreach.
I do think that there are some biased comments that go out there into the media, especially in newspapers. When you read articles, you could pick up on the biasness. As also in terms of letters to the editor, certain opinions, when there are many people who write letters to the editor, but only a few are selected to be published, and that shows some sort of biasness.
I think they should report on what is truthful and not really what they want, because if they reported on what they want, then they would just make shock headlines in order to increase their revenue.
No, I don't believe they should report on everything, because it's all about how they sensitize things. Some things the media will not be able to handle. The public will not be able to handle. And to display that to the public could cause a lot of uproar and eruption of emotions. And so it should be sensitized and limited to some extent.
Parliament Outreach. Check our website for showtimes, ttparliament.org.
As Trinbagonians, we tend to think of ourselves as a fun-loving, friendly, truly blessed group of people. God is a Trinidadian. Carnival is we ting. There's no such thing as a bad time to fet. We do have a serious side, though, a somewhat violent side. One of the darkest moments in Trinidad history happened on the 23rd of March, 1903. If you don't know why this date is so important, maybe it's because it was before your time, but this is the date of the water riots of 1903. And it was a violent affair that was given another name, Mournful Monday. When the dust cleared, the body count was high, 18 dead and 42 wounded. But how did this happen? The source of contention was government's intention to install water meters to measure water use in homes and business places in Port of Spain. A necessary move because some of the rich tended to take long, luxurious baths to stave off the sweltering tropical heat. Water was a luxury in Port of Spain, and the wasting of water in Port of Spain and environs was wanton. In some cases, taps were never turned off. Some were kept running to fill huge plunge baths that held as much as 1,000 to 2,000 gallons of water. Not surprisingly, government also proposed visiting residents to search for leaking pipes. Any offenders would have their water supply shut off. The bill was met with such opposition from the public, who in turn placed the blame right back at government, saying they were among the chief wasters of water in the capital city. But the water meters and the shutting off of leaky pipes was the surface issue. The real heart of the matter was the lack of representation for the people in matters of governance. In 1899, the elected borough council, based in Port of Spain, had been suspended. 2 years later, the Ratepayers Association was formed to agitate for its reinstatement. The group was ostensibly formed to protest rising taxes in the capital city. It was a militant group of mostly middle and upper class members who were seeking more representation and a significantly less patronizing form of governance. And it was this group that led the protests against the new water ordinance in 1903. The actions of the Ratepayers Association forced the postponement of the water ordinance 3 times. Once in 1902, then again in February 1903, and then yet again on the 16th of March 1903. To the credit of the Ratepayers Association, they managed to garner the support of the lower classes in their efforts. Maybe because one of their most prominent members was Emmanuel Mazumbo Lazar, the former head of the Pan-African Association and a well-known black lawyer. Whatever their methods, the Ratepayers Association was successful in getting its message to the people, quite unlike the elitist, high-handed approach of the government. On the day in question, the Legislative Council met at noon in the Red House. Attendance was restricted to those who had admission tickets. In fact, a notice was published in the Port of Spain Gazette of the previous Friday, clearly stating the rules of attendance. And this rule was enforced by guards armed with batons positioned at all entrances of the Red House. But they expected that attendance would be high because an extra 150 chairs were rented for the chamber. By noon, the room was partially full, mostly with government officials. It was even alleged that the majority of the tickets were given to government officials to limit public access. Outside the Red House, a large crowd had formed in Brunswick Square, now known as Woodford Square. Many filled Abercrombie Street and spilled into parts of St. Vincent Street as well. The Ratepayers Committee was out in full force, leading the crowd to the building's entrance, demanding entry. Naturally, they were blocked by the police. The committee members moved to the front of the crowd and asked for permission to enter the chamber. Lieutenant Colonel Blake repeated his orders, adding that he was under special permission by the governor to match with equal force any attempt to enter the meeting chamber illegally. Of course, some members tried to test the intent of the officers and tried to press through, dramatically keeping their arms raised as if to reassure the officers that they meant no harm, and they were pushed back into the crowd for their efforts. Emmanuel Lazar saw what was happening and he begged the crowd to remain calm and to return to the square and await the results of the meeting in a peaceful manner. And so they did, but perhaps not as peacefully as the security forces would have liked. And a rumor that a fire brigade had been instructed to turn their hoses on them did little to calm the crowd. But it wasn't a rumor. Fortunately for the crowd, Lieutenant Whiteman, the senior fire officer on the scene, refused to do so, saying he was in the business of outing fires, not wetting crowds. Perhaps he was following the lead of his superior, Chief Fire Officer Walter Darwin, who was decidedly reluctant to have his officers present at the Red House. Some say his reluctance was based on his sympathies to the cause of the people, who after being turned away from the council chambers were making a lot of noise in Brunswick Square. The crowd grew restless and began to sing loudly in the square, and several stood up to deliver angry protest speeches against the governor, the bill draftsman, the bill itself, and any and everything related to the water bill and the government. His Excellency the Governor Sir Alfred C. Maloney arrived with his private secretary under police guard. He went to his office in the Red House, where 35 armed constables had been stationed for his protection, and there he met the Colonial Secretary and Captain Dutton. It was an amazing show of force. From there, he proceeded to the council chamber for the meeting of the Legislative Council. 10 more armed police officers entered and took up position inside the meeting chamber. The meeting could now begin. The clerk rose to read the minutes of the last meeting, but he wasn't allowed to get very far because Sir Henry Alfred, a leading colored barrister at the time, interrupted him. Sir Henry was upset about the ticket system imposed by the governor, which he felt was illegal, and pointed to Standing Order 4, which clearly states that all meetings of the Legislative Council should be made public. It was his opinion that the ticket system contradicted that standing order. The barrister then moved a motion to adjourn the meeting. But a fourth adjournment was not in the cards, and Sir Henry's vote was shot down 14-6. Sir Henry Alcazar then blasted his council members for supporting an illegal meeting.
I, for one, am not staying in any chamber if the people of this country have to get tickets to see their representatives at work. I'm not supporting that.
And left the council chambers in disgust. Sir Henry's outburst and sudden departure placed the governor in an uncomfortable position. Fortunately for him, the remaining members seemed to disagree with Sir Henry's assertion. But for the record, he had to justify the admission via ticket for this meeting of the Legislative Council. But his reasoning didn't meet the favor of Council Member Gordon, who also left the chamber saying he could not be party to a grouping whose rules could be changed at the whims and fancies of the governor. The remaining members took a moment to reflect on what had just happened, and then the clerk finished his reading of the minutes of the previous meeting. His Excellency the Governor then rose and gave a history of the bill to the council. As though on cue, the crowds outside grew more rowdy, the mood degenerating to carnival-like atmosphere.
Look, our kids are coming. He'll tell us what's going on inside of that house. Honorable people, ladies and gentlemen, please listen. I just walked out of the Legislative Council chamber. Listen. They are insisting that only ticket holders will be allowed inside the public gallery, and they are not accepting a proposal to move an adjournment of the House.
Drums were beaten and whistles were blown, creating a rhythm for some women to conduct with their flags. Yet despite the seemingly festive atmosphere, the mood around the Red House soon turned sinister. Some say a woman threw a stone, breaking a window to the council chamber. A woman was arrested on the lawn of the Red House for reasons that are still unclear. The arresting officer then became the target of a group of small boys who attacked him with a barrage of stones. The poor officer was forced to release the woman, who then attacked him mercilessly until the crowd had to come to his rescue and drag her away. But the attack of a police officer was the last straw. The crowd focused their anger on the Red House, aiming a barrage of stones at its glass windows and doors. The missiles entered the council chamber, forcing members under tables and chairs to hide. The crowd, drunk with power, moved in on the building, and their rage spread to the gathering on the west of the building, and they too joined in the action. With the building under attack from both sides, the council members had to move to the inner chambers of the Red House. Eventually, the crowd broke the gates on the east and west of the building, overpowering the police guard. Someone suggested that His Excellency the Governor announce to the crowd that he withdrew the ordinance. But Sir Alfred was defiant, insisting that the ordinance must remain. With him in the small room were some members of the press, Major Collins and some others. They attempted to barricade the door to block the rioters from entering. The crowd had a special dislike for one council member in particular, the Director of Public Works, Mr. Walsh Wrightson, the author of the dreaded water ordinance. It was obvious that he had to escape or the consequences would be severe, and that he did. Now, some accounts say he dressed in women's clothes to elude the rioters' attention. Others say he was dressed in a police tunic and helmet, but he managed to escape. The Attorney General escaped in a similar fashion. As for the group barricaded in the small abandoned office upstairs, it seemed that freedom would elude them. But a fire started simultaneously in the survey office, the Hall of Justice, and the Registrar's office. The fire spread rapidly through the building. The governor and his companions were hastened out of the Red House. His Excellency was rushed under police guard to the barracks across the street. Mr. Walsh Wrightson was smuggled to the wharf and transported to the HMS Palace for safekeeping. The police, energized by the reading of the Riot Act, made moves to quell the crowd by any means necessary. And so they did. Even though their first shots had restored the crowd's senses, the officers continued shooting. Some of the officers fired indiscriminately into the crowd, injuring many, including innocent bystanders who were nowhere near the heart of the unrest. When the police weren't shooting at the crowd, they were using bayonets on their victims. When the shooting stopped, 18 were dead. 42 others were injured in the melee and sought treatment at the Colonial Hospital. Only a shell of the Red House remained after the fire. The building was completely ravaged. After such a bloody affair, the Secretary of State for the Colonies, Joseph Chamberlain, appointed special commissioners to investigate the cause of the riot. The sitting was held the following evening at the Prince's Building near the Queen's Park, Savannah. Appearing for the government were the Attorney General, the Honorable Vincent Brown, Mr. R.S. Ausher Warner, and Mr. Louis A. Wharton. The Ratepayers Association, the Chamber of Commerce, the United Committee, and the relatives of the deceased were represented by Sir Henry Alcazar, the first man to storm out of the ill-fated meeting of the Legislative Council. After a little over a month of investigations and in-depth interviews, the special commissioners sent out their report on the water riots, dated the 2nd of July, to the Colonial Office. They found that the riot was caused by public opposition to the water ordinance, and their anger was fueled by some public speakers on the day and the Mirror newspaper. The report said that the police used unnecessary force to quell the crowd. Close to 500 rounds of ammunition were fired. At least 3 people were killed without provocation. Surely, one of the innocent victims was a young girl named Eliza Bunting, who had been bayoneted in the abdomen. Another innocent victim was Eva Cavallo, who was killed by her former lover, Police Sergeant Thomas Holder, who used the cover of the riot to meet her in Brunswick Square and shoot her at point-blank range. Or at least that's the official account of her death. This particular incident, the murder of Miss Cavallo in the middle of the riots, inspired many a tale from those who wanted to speculate on the story behind her unfortunate death. And this being Trinidad, the theories are endless. Her former lover, the spurned Sergeant Holder, well, he was fortunate and was found not guilty in his trial. The Special Commissioner's report also placed the blame squarely on the shoulders of the government, saying they failed to inform the public adequately about the water ordinance and didn't do enough to correct any misinformation about it. The report made note of the separation between the actual residents of Port of Spain and the executive committee mandated to manage their affairs. It criticized the delay in prosecuting rioters and the wanton display of violence by officers of the law. Later that very month, the trial of the rioters began. 22 people were tried for rioting. The case started promptly at 10:30 on the 21st of July 1903 in Greyfriars Hall on Frederick Street. Presiding over the proceedings was Justice Routledge under an extraordinarily heavy show of security. The police officers on duty were supported by 26 rank-and-file officers of the Lancashire Fusiliers. They were on loan to the governor from Barbados and had been stationed in Trinidad since the Wednesday after the riots. The security measures weren't missed and created a bit of a stir. But considering who were on trial and why, maybe it should have been expected. The Attorney General, the Honorable Vincent Brown, King's Counsel, naturally led the prosecution's team. He was joined by L.E. Agostini and L.A. Wharton, with assistance from A.D. O'Connor. The trial lasted 1 week. The verdict was ready by 4:40 in the afternoon of the 30th. The large security force got into position, just in case another disturbance broke out. By this time, a large crowd had gathered outside the courtroom. After further instructions, Judge Routledge sent the jury back to deliberate. At 7:15, the jury returned to the courtroom and announced that 9 of the prisoners were innocent of all charges. However, they were unable to come to a unanimous guilty verdict, so the judge released the innocent to the crowds, who welcomed them as heroes and sent the jury back to make the remaining judgments. They returned to the courtroom at 9 that evening, with a guilty verdict for 5 of the prisoners. Joseph James, Lila Assing, Octave Romain, and Johnny Blades were all sentenced to 5 years in jail. Abraham James was sentenced to 4 years. Similarly, the 4 people charged with inciting the riot, J.C. Mares-Smith, H.N. Hall, E.M. Lazar, and R.R. Mould, were eventually acquitted of all charges. the disaster of the water riots led to the creation of a board made of official and unofficial personnel to manage the water and sewerage system. The Water and Sewerage Board was first convened on the 30th of September 1904. A special commissioner's report was merely a slap on the wrist for the guilty parties involved in the bloody water riots. Fortunately, Secretary of State Chamberlain understood the message behind the report and advised Governor Maloney to initiate talks to reinstate the suspended Borough Council. 10 years after the water riots, an elected council was created, finally allowing locals the opportunity to represent the interests of their peers. Mournful Monday led the path to the establishment of a more representative form of governance in the Twin Islands of Trinidad and Tobago.
Parliament Outreach.
Today I learned that the MP not only sees, well, based on the area that he is elected from, but he also has a lot to do with the Parliament and what areas and what factors they bring about. And I learned that there are more than just sitting there and debating and getting against each other and bringing forth the betterment of the community.
I learned that anybody could become a member of the Parliament, and they help with the country a lot, and we should have a lot of thanks, and that this program should be carried around in more schools so that more people will understand these benefits.
Parliament Outreach. Check our website for showtimes, ttparliament.org.
This is the Parliament Channel and Parliament Radio 105.5 FM.
Good morning, a pleasant good morning to the viewing public of the Parliament Channel. A very good morning to members of the police service, and a welcome and good morning to members of the Ministry of Education. This is the committee's first public hearing for the 11th Parliament, and the subject of inquiry of this committee, which is the Committee on Public Administration and Social Services, is to deal with a highly topical and current issue of violence amongst our school-age population. This is a subject that is of tremendous concern to us as a society, and it is for this reason